What if the most dangerous discoveries in human history were never meant to be found, not because they are cursed, but because they tell a story we are not ready to hear? Imagine standing in a quiet excavation site, dust hanging in the air, the sound of brushes scraping stone suddenly stopping. In that frozen moment, an archaeologist realizes that what's emerging from the ground does not belong in the age it was buried in. Not by centuries. Not even by millennia. But by tens of thousands, sometimes millions, of years. That moment of realization is not excitement. It's fear. Because history is supposed to make sense. From the time we are children, we are taught a clean, orderly story of human progress. Stone tools came first. Then farming. Then cities. Then writing, science, machines. A slow, steady climb from ignorance to intelligence. But scattered across museums, private collections, forgotten storage rooms, and sometimes sealed away from public view, are objects that quietly refuse to follow that story. Objects that look too advanced, too precise, too knowledgeable for the eras they are assigned to. Objects that force a dangerous question into the open: what if our timeline is wrong? Not slightly wrong. Fundamentally wrong. The unsettling truth is that archaeology is not just about discovering the past, it's about protecting a version of it. Every civilization relies on a shared story of where it came from. That story shapes identity, progress, and power. And when an artifact appears that doesn't fit, it doesn't just challenge a date or a method. It challenges the foundation itself. This is why some discoveries are celebrated, while others are quietly dismissed, reclassified, or explained away with language that sounds confident but solves nothing. Picture an object pulled from ancient sediment, locked inside hardened stone, dated far earlier than human industry should allow. The hands holding it tremble, not from excitement, but from the awareness that this single object could unravel decades of accepted knowledge. Because if this artifact is genuine, then everything built on the assumption of primitive ancient humans begins to crack. And this isn't speculation. These moments have happened. Repeatedly. Across different continents. Different decades. Different cultures. A hammer embedded in rock older than humanity. A mechanical device capable of predicting eclipses, built when gears supposedly didn't exist. Stone blocks cut with precision modern tools still struggle to replicate. Maps that depict coastlines no one should have known, including Antarctica without ice. These are not myths passed down through legend. These are physical objects. Measurable. Testable. Real. Yet when they surface, the response is almost always the same. First comes disbelief. Then reinterpretation. Then dismissal. Sometimes the explanation offered feels reasonable, until you look closer. Geological anomalies are blamed. Contamination is suggested. Natural processes are invoked like a magic phrase that absolves the need for further inquiry. But beneath these explanations lies an uncomfortable pattern. The explanation exists not because it fully explains the object, but because the alternative is unacceptable. Because the alternative suggests that ancient people knew things they were not supposed to know. That they built things they were not supposed to be able to build. That they may have inherited knowledge from an even older source, one erased by time, catastrophe, or something we still don't understand. What makes these artifacts truly disturbing is not just their advanced nature, but their isolation. They appear alone, out of context, like survivors of a forgotten world. No instruction manuals. No surrounding infrastructure. No clear lineage. Just fragments, enough to suggest brilliance, but not enough to explain how it all worked. It's like finding a modern smartphone buried in Roman ruins, with no wires, no factories, no satellites. You wouldn't assume the phone is fake. You would assume something massive is missing from the story. And that's the feeling these artifacts create. Something is missing. For generations, archaeology has operated under the assumption that technological advancement is linear and cumulative. That once knowledge is gained, it is never truly lost. But history itself contradicts this. Libraries burned. Cities drowned. Civilizations collapsed. Languages vanished. Skills forgotten. Entire cultures reduced to myth. If knowledge can be lost once, it can be lost again. And again. And again. So what if some ancient artifacts are not anomalies, but remnants? Remnants of a chapter of human history that ended violently. Suddenly. Completely. This idea is deeply uncomfortable, because it suggests that we are not at the peak of human achievement, but merely the latest survivors of a repeating cycle. It suggests that intelligence does not guarantee permanence. That advancement does not guarantee survival. And that what we call primitive may simply be what remained after something far greater was destroyed. Standing in a museum, you might walk past these objects without noticing them. A strange gear behind glass. An oddly shaped stone. A tool labeled with cautious language like ceremonial or unknown purpose. Those labels are not answers. They are placeholders. Quiet admissions that we don't know what we're looking at, but we're not ready to say that out loud. And yet, these objects persist. They exist whether we acknowledge them or not. They sit in collections, occasionally rediscovered by curious researchers, engineers, or independent thinkers who ask the wrong questions, the dangerous questions. Questions like, how was this made? Why does this require advanced mathematics? Why does this imply knowledge of astronomy, metallurgy, or engineering far beyond its supposed era? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, if this exists, what else existed that didn't survive? Every artifact is a message from the past. Most tell us familiar stories, of survival, struggle, creativity. But some artifacts feel different. They feel like warnings. Like echoes from a time that understood something we forgot. Or worse, something we are about to repeat. As we move forward, deeper into these discoveries, one thing becomes clear. This is not about aliens, fantasy, or wild speculation. This is about evidence that refuses to sit quietly. Evidence that forces us to confront the possibility that human history is not a straight line, but a broken one. A story written, erased, and rewritten more than once. And if that is true, then the greatest mystery is not how ancient people lived, but how much they knew, how much they lost, and whether we are unknowingly walking the same path they once did. Because the artifacts don't just challenge the past. They question the future. History has always been treated as a discipline of certainty. Archaeologists dig, scientists date, and textbooks record a seemingly coherent story of human progress. Yet, every so often, discoveries emerge that fracture this sense of order, leaving experts in a state of disbelief and tension. These are not minor anomalies or trivial curiosities, they are the kind of finds that shake the very foundations of what we think we know. Objects appear in locations, strata, or periods where they simply should not exist. And when that happens, history does not just feel incomplete, it feels wrong. There is a distinct fear that accompanies such revelations because the implications extend far beyond academic curiosity. They threaten the certainty of timelines, the credibility of entire disciplines, and, ultimately, the story humanity tells itself about its own origins. This fear is not merely emotional, it is institutional. Archaeology, like any field, thrives on accepted methods, consensus, and reproducibility. Researchers build their careers on the assumption that the framework they operate within is correct. When an artifact emerges that cannot be reconciled with established chronology, it becomes a threat to more than just data points, it becomes a threat to professional credibility, funding, and even public trust. Dismissing the artifact is safer than confronting the uncomfortable truth it presents. In many cases, the initial reaction to these discoveries is a mixture of incredulity and defensiveness. Experts scrutinize the findings, searching for errors in dating methods, contamination, or misinterpretation. Often, they attempt to explain away anomalies using conventional reasoning, proposing theories that sound plausible but fail to address the fundamental mystery. Yet, no matter how thorough the critique, some artifacts resist explanation. They linger in the shadows of academia, acknowledged but ignored, catalogued but never fully understood. Out-of-place artifacts, or OOPArts, are emblematic of this tension. The term itself is controversial, often dismissed by mainstream scholars as sensationalist. Yet the very existence of these objects cannot be denied. They appear across continents, across centuries, and across material types, from metals and stone to ceramics and composites, each presenting a puzzle that challenges conventional timelines. Consider objects that predate the civilizations capable of producing them by tens of thousands of years. Consider mechanical devices whose precision seems impossible for the era in which they were supposedly created. Or stone structures cut with a level of accuracy that modern engineers struggle to replicate even with advanced technology. Each one carries a story that contradicts the accepted narrative of gradual human advancement, yet each is treated with cautious skepticism rather than open acknowledgement of its implications. The fear these discoveries provoke is also psychological. Humans are wired to prefer coherent narratives, to avoid cognitive dissonance. When presented with evidence that challenges deeply held assumptions, the mind instinctively seeks refuge in familiar explanations. This instinct is particularly strong when the evidence undermines not just technical assumptions but cultural ones. Civilization's story is one of progress, of climbing steadily from ignorance to mastery. Artifacts that imply forgotten knowledge, advanced technology, or lost civilizations directly contradict this comforting narrative. Accepting their validity forces a re-evaluation not just of history, but of humanity's perceived trajectory. It demands humility, a recognition that our understanding is far from complete, and that the accomplishments of our ancestors may be far greater than we ever imagined. Institutional fear compounds the psychological tension. Universities, research institutions, and museums operate within a framework that rewards conformity and penalizes deviation. Scholars who entertain unconventional interpretations risk professional marginalization, loss of funding, and reputational damage. This is not conspiracy, it is the natural consequence of an academic system built on credibility and peer review. The result is a cautious, often defensive approach to discoveries that challenge orthodox timelines. Extraordinary artifacts are sometimes hidden in plain sight, their significance downplayed in official reports, or their interpretations buried in academic footnotes. This creates a curious paradox: the objects exist, are studied, and are known, yet their true implications are rarely acknowledged publicly. It is a quiet form of historical gatekeeping, born not of malice, but of the structural and cultural inertia of the scientific community. Yet the very anomalies that provoke fear also demand attention. An artifact that should not exist in a given period presents a direct challenge to our understanding of human development. It suggests that knowledge may have existed long before it was officially recorded, that ancient people were capable of feats modern science assumes are recent inventions, and that civilizations may have risen and fallen with sophistication far beyond what history credits them for. These possibilities are both exhilarating and terrifying. They excite the imagination because they open doors to lost worlds, yet they terrify because they undermine the certainty upon which we rely to understand ourselves. The deeper one delves into such artifacts, the more difficult it becomes to ignore the questions they raise. Who created these objects? How were they made? Why are there no surviving records of the knowledge required to produce them? And what does their existence imply about the history we think we know? These questions are compounded when artifacts appear isolated from their context. Unlike conventional archaeological finds, which are often accompanied by settlements, tools, and written records, out-of-place artifacts frequently surface alone. There is no clear cultural lineage, no explanatory framework. A sophisticated mechanical device may be found without accompanying technology, a stone tool may exhibit craftsmanship centuries ahead of its time, or a metal object may be encased in rock far older than any civilization capable of producing it. This isolation intensifies the mystery and magnifies the fear. Without context, the artifacts cannot be fully understood or integrated into the accepted historical timeline, leaving a void that conventional scholarship struggles to fill. This absence of context also fuels speculation and the sense of unease that pervades discussions of these discoveries. It is one thing to encounter advanced knowledge within a known civilization, it is another to confront evidence that knowledge existed where it theoretically could not, long before anyone was supposed to have acquired it. Moreover, the reaction to these artifacts often reveals as much about modern society as it does about ancient civilizations. The discomfort, skepticism, and sometimes outright hostility toward anomalous finds reflect a broader cultural need for certainty. Humans crave narratives that make sense, that reassure us we are in control of our world and its history. When confronted with objects that defy explanation, we experience not only intellectual discomfort but existential unease. If ancient people could produce technology or knowledge that seems impossible today, what does that say about human potential? What else might have been lost, buried, or erased? The very existence of these artifacts challenges the notion of linear progress and forces us to consider that history may be cyclical, chaotic, or incomplete in ways that textbooks cannot accommodate. The fear, therefore, is twofold, the fear of being wrong and the fear of losing control over the story of human identity. These artifacts are not merely academic curiosities, they are provocations. They demand that we reconsider what it means to be human, what it means to progress, and how much of our past has been forgotten or intentionally hidden. Each discovery carries an implicit warning: the world is more complex, more enigmatic, and more dangerous than the tidy narratives we construct. And this fear is compounded by the realization that we may never fully understand these objects, that some knowledge may be lost forever, and that our interpretations are limited by the lens of our own era. Yet, despite these fears, there is an undeniable allure to the forbidden, to the unknown. The very discomfort these artifacts provoke is what makes them irresistible. They beckon us to question, to explore, and to imagine worlds that defy conventional understanding. They force a confrontation with uncertainty, compelling us to navigate the tension between skepticism and wonder. And in that tension lies the essence of their power, the ability to disrupt, to challenge, and to expand our understanding of what it means to be human. To encounter an artifact that should not exist is to confront the fragility of knowledge, the arrogance of assumption, and the possibility that history holds secrets we have barely begun to comprehend. As we continue to uncover these anomalies, one thing becomes increasingly clear: the story of human history is far from complete. Every artifact that challenges our timeline is a reminder that our understanding is provisional, tentative, and limited. The past is not a fixed narrative but a shifting mosaic, with pieces that remain hidden, lost, or deliberately obscured. And in the shadows of this mosaic, these forbidden artifacts persist, silent, enigmatic, and profoundly unsettling. They are the evidence of a past that refuses to be fully tamed, a past that challenges us to rethink everything we thought we knew about ourselves, our ancestors, and the trajectory of civilization. In the end, the fear provoked by these discoveries is inseparable from their fascination. They unsettle, they question, and they provoke doubt, yet they also inspire awe and curiosity. They force us to confront the uncomfortable reality that history is not a neat, linear progression, but a complex, often chaotic tapestry with threads that reach far beyond our comprehension. To encounter an out-of-place artifact is to glimpse the edge of human understanding, to stand at the threshold of the unknown, and to confront the possibility that the world we think we know is only a fraction of the truth. And it is precisely this combination of fear and fascination that drives both scholars and enthusiasts to continue searching, uncovering, and questioning, because in the heart of the unknown lies the potential to rewrite history itself. The term out-of-place artifact is deceptively simple, yet it carries with it a weight that has provoked debate, fascination, and controversy for decades. Commonly abbreviated as OOPArt, it is a label applied to objects that appear in a time, place, or context where they should not exist according to conventional archaeology. At first glance, the idea seems almost absurd, as if suggesting that reality itself can be violated by a misplaced stone or metal object. Yet, across the globe, countless items have emerged that challenge our understanding of history, defying accepted timelines, technologies, and the very limits of human ingenuity. The moment one begins to study them, the boundaries between myth, legend, and factual history start to blur, and the unsettling realization emerges: what if the past is far stranger than we have ever been told? The controversy surrounding OOPArts begins with the nature of evidence itself. Mainstream archaeology and historical research rely heavily on context. An artifact is rarely examined in isolation. Its significance is measured against its surroundings, including settlement patterns, accompanying objects, stratigraphy, and written records when available. An object that defies context automatically becomes an anomaly. Its presence demands an explanation that reconciles both the artifact and the established historical framework. In most cases, scholars are inclined to find the simplest explanation, favoring natural processes, misdating, or human error over radical rewrites of history. This cautious approach is understandable. Academic credibility, funding, and the stability of accepted knowledge depend on rigorous methodology. Yet, as the number of anomalies accumulates, the simplicity of conventional explanations begins to unravel, revealing cracks in the foundation of the historical narrative. Some OOPArts are astonishingly simple yet profoundly inexplicable. A stone hammer embedded in rock dated millions of years old, a metallic object that should not have been technologically possible for its assigned era, or an ancient map depicting territories and coastlines no civilization could have known, all present a cognitive dissonance that is difficult to reconcile. The objects themselves are often mundane in appearance, ordinary in function, yet extraordinary in implication. The hammer may look like any ordinary tool, but the rock surrounding it predates human civilization by eons. A map may seem like a piece of parchment, yet its cartographic accuracy suggests a level of geographic knowledge and surveying skill far beyond what should have been available at the time. These are objects that seem ordinary until the full weight of their anachronism is recognized, at which point they transform into profound enigmas. The skepticism surrounding OOPArts is not without reason. Many purported anomalies have been debunked, misinterpreted, or exposed as hoaxes. In some cases, modern objects were inadvertently buried or misidentified, and the resulting sensationalism fueled public fascination. Yet, even with rigorous scrutiny, there remains a subset of artifacts that withstand conventional critique. These items do not conform to the expected patterns of falsification or error. They continue to provoke questions that remain unanswered decades after their discovery. Their persistence in the historical record suggests that they are not merely accidents or curiosities, but remnants of a reality that has been largely lost, forgotten, or deliberately erased. One of the most fascinating aspects of OOPArts is their global distribution. They are not confined to a single culture, continent, or epoch. They appear in virtually every corner of the world, spanning from the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the remote mountains of South America and the islands of the Pacific. This widespread occurrence raises a troubling question: if these objects are genuine, and if they reflect knowledge or technology beyond the capabilities of the societies in which they were found, how did this knowledge spread? Was it transmitted across continents by contact long before recorded history? Or does it hint at civilizations far older and more advanced than any acknowledged in the conventional timeline? The idea that sophisticated knowledge could appear in isolated cultures, seemingly without precedent or progenitor, challenges the very concept of linear human development. The resistance to accepting the implications of OOPArts is not purely academic, it is deeply cultural and psychological. Humanity is conditioned to view history as a progression from primitive to advanced, from ignorance to enlightenment. The discovery of an artifact that predates known civilizations, or that exhibits technology impossible for its era, threatens this narrative. To acknowledge such objects is to admit that our understanding of human progress is incomplete, potentially radically incomplete. It forces a confrontation with the unsettling idea that humans may have reached remarkable heights, only to lose that knowledge through cataclysm, decay, or deliberate suppression. The artifacts themselves are mute witnesses to a past that challenges the pride and assumptions of modern society. Yet the very nature of these objects encourages fascination, speculation, and imagination. Some scholars argue that they are evidence of forgotten civilizations, sophisticated cultures whose traces have been erased by natural disaster, war, or time itself. Others suggest that they are hints of human ingenuity far older than textbooks acknowledge, artifacts of a global knowledge network now lost. There are those who explore even more radical theories, that the artifacts are proof of external influence, remnants of contact with advanced beings, or evidence of cyclical patterns in human development. While such interpretations are often dismissed by mainstream scholarship, the enduring mystery of the artifacts ensures that such ideas remain in circulation, continually challenging conventional thought and fueling public intrigue. Another striking feature of OOP is their technical sophistication. Whether it is a precision-cut stone block that aligns with mathematical principles unknown to the supposed era, a metal object of an alloy that defies the metallurgical knowledge of the time, or a device capable of astronomical calculations long before the existence of formal science, these artifacts suggest a level of skill and understanding that conventional history cannot easily accommodate. Each object represents a breach in the accepted narrative, a reminder that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge and capabilities that we have either forgotten or dismissed. The meticulous craftsmanship, the understanding of complex systems, and the advanced materials found in these objects all serve as proof that the story of human progress may be far more intricate and discontinuous than we have been taught to believe. The emotional impact of these artifacts on those who study them cannot be overstated. The discovery of an object that should not exist creates a mix of awe, excitement, and fear. Scholars experience an intellectual thrill tempered by the realization that their discipline may not have the tools or frameworks to fully understand what lies before them. For the public, these artifacts evoke a sense of wonder and curiosity, a longing to connect with mysteries that transcend conventional history. They ignite imagination, prompting questions that are difficult, sometimes uncomfortable, and always compelling. What did the creators know? How did they achieve such feats? And, most provocatively, what else might have been lost that we will never find? The study of OOP arts also highlights the limitations of modern scientific methods. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, metallurgical analysis, and other techniques are powerful tools, yet they often struggle to account for anomalies that fall outside expected ranges. Some artifacts seem to defy the very principles that underpin our understanding of chronology and technology. When conventional science encounters these anomalies, the results are often inconclusive or contradictory, leaving scholars in a state of unresolved tension. The objects resist neat categorization, and in doing so, they expose the fragility of our certainty about history. Ultimately, out-of-place artifacts compel us to question not only what we know about the past, but how we know it. They reveal the biases, assumptions, and blind spots inherent in the study of history. They force us to confront the possibility that our ancestors were capable of extraordinary feats, that knowledge can be lost and regained, and that the story of human civilization is far more complex than the linear narrative taught in schools. The term out-of-place artifact may seem dismissive, yet it carries within it the weight of the unknown, the tension between skepticism and wonder, and the profound reminder that history is not a closed book, but a mystery still unfolding. In examining these enigmatic objects, we are invited to step beyond the familiar narrative, to challenge our assumptions, and to imagine a past where human ingenuity, resilience, and creativity exceeded the boundaries we thought were possible, leaving behind traces that continue to baffle, inspire, and terrify us to this day. It was discovered in a remote area of Texas in the early 20th century, buried deep within layers of rock that should have been millions of years old. The object appeared ordinary at first glance, a simple hammer, with a wooden handle and a metal head, but the circumstances of its preservation and the geological context surrounding it made it extraordinary. Embedded within solid rock, the hammer seemed to contradict everything geologists and archaeologists knew about the timeline of human technology. The rock encasing it was not a shallow sediment that might have shifted over a few decades or centuries, it was ancient, almost impossibly so, and yet here was a human-made tool trapped inside, as if frozen in time. The initial reports were met with skepticism, disbelief, and a fair share of ridicule, because such a discovery implied that humans, or something remarkably human-like, existed far earlier than any conventional timeline would allow. And that, for many experts, was an uncomfortable idea. The hammer itself is deceptively simple. Its design does not scream advanced technology, yet the context transforms it into something inexplicable. The metal head is composed of iron with traces of unusual elements, encased in a stone concretion that has undergone natural mineralization processes over millennia. Its handle, partially preserved, suggests it was crafted with care, intended for functional use. Yet the surrounding rock layers, dated through standard geological methods, suggest an age that should predate any human presence on Earth as we understand it. The hammer's existence raises countless questions. Who made it? How did they achieve such metallurgy? And most provocatively, how did it come to be encased in rock that geologically predates known civilization by an impossible margin? Geologists initially struggled to reconcile the find with established principles. Rock encasement, they argued, could take thousands or even millions of years to form, depending on the minerals and environmental conditions involved. The concretion surrounding the hammer appeared to have formed naturally over an extremely long period, suggesting that the object had been in place far longer than conventional archaeology could account for. Some attempted to dismiss the hammer as a modern tool that had somehow become embedded in the rock through natural or artificial processes, but none of these explanations fully accounted for the geological evidence. The concretion was dense, uniformly mineralized, and clearly formed over extensive eons, not decades or centuries. Whatever the truth, the hammer refused to fit comfortably into the timeline of human history. The reactions from the archaeological community were predictably cautious. Many experts avoided drawing sweeping conclusions, instead emphasizing the need for further testing and verification. Some critics suggested contamination, human error in dating, or even deliberate hoaxing. Yet the hammer persisted as a subject of fascination precisely because it resisted easy dismissal. The combination of its apparent age, its functional design, and the unique metallurgical properties of its head created a puzzle that has intrigued researchers for decades. Unlike many artifacts that can be classified, categorized, and contextualized, the hammer exists as a singular anomaly, an object whose existence seems to challenge the very foundations of what we believe about the origins of technology. The implications of the hammer's existence are profound. If it is authentic and its geological encasement is genuine, it suggests that humans, or beings with human-level intelligence and capability, may have existed far earlier than previously believed. It challenges the assumption that toolmaking was a gradual process emerging only tens of thousands of years ago. It implies that knowledge of metallurgy and craftsmanship existed in an era that we have long assumed was devoid of such skill. The hammer, in its simplicity, opens the door to uncomfortable possibilities, that human history is far older, far more complex, and far more enigmatic than textbooks suggest. It forces a confrontation with the possibility that our understanding of civilization's origins is incomplete, and that artifacts like this are echoes of knowledge lost to the eons. The story of the hammer also highlights the tension between evidence and interpretation. The object itself does not lie. It is an unambiguous physical reality. Yet the conclusions drawn from it are constrained by human assumptions, biases, and the frameworks of conventional archaeology. Many scholars have attempted to fit the hammer into existing paradigms, suggesting that it must be a modern intrusion or a misinterpretation of the rock formation. Others have embraced its anomalous nature, acknowledging that if the hammer is genuine, it forces a radical re-evaluation of history. This tension underscores a broader challenge. When evidence contradicts entrenched narratives, the instinct is often to question the evidence rather than the narrative. And in doing so, we risk ignoring discoveries that could fundamentally alter our understanding of the past. Part of the mystery lies in the hammer's metallurgy. Analyses of its metal head reveal an alloy containing elements that, while not impossible to produce with modern technology, would have been extraordinarily difficult for the presumed era. The uniformity of the composition, the hardness of the metal, and the craftsmanship suggest intentional design, not random formation. If the hammer is indeed ancient, it implies that its creator possessed knowledge of materials and techniques far ahead of their time. The question then becomes not only who made it but also how such knowledge was acquired, transmitted, and ultimately lost to history. This single object, humble in appearance, becomes a testament to skills and understanding that modern science has struggled to replicate even with the advantage of millennia of cumulative progress. The hammer also resonates on a psychological and cultural level. It is a tangible connection to a past that is simultaneously familiar and alien. Its functionality is recognizable, yet its context is incomprehensible. This duality, ordinary yet impossible, provokes a sense of awe and unease. For historians, it is a warning that the neat, linear progression of human development may be an oversimplification. For the public, it sparks wonder, imagination, and curiosity about civilizations and knowledge long vanished. The hammer embodies the tension between what we know and what we imagine, between the certainties of science and the mysteries of history. What makes the hammer even more compelling is its isolation. Unlike other artifacts that come with settlements, inscriptions, or corroborating evidence, the hammer stands alone. There is no civilization to contextualize it, no contemporaneous tools or structures to explain its use. This singularity intensifies its mystery, leaving researchers to grapple with a problem that cannot be solved through conventional methods alone. It challenges assumptions about linear progress and suggests that knowledge can emerge, flourish, and disappear in ways that defy the chronological frameworks we rely upon. The hammer is not merely a relic, it is a symbol of human potential, lost ingenuity, and the fragility of history. In contemplating the hammer, one cannot escape the larger questions it raises. How many other examples of advanced skill or lost knowledge have been erased by time, geology, or circumstance? How much of human history remains hidden, waiting to be discovered in forgotten corners of the earth? The hammer suggests that our ancestors may have been far more sophisticated than we assume, and that civilizations may have risen and fallen long before the ones we study in textbooks. It forces a confrontation with the possibility that the narrative of human evolution is incomplete, that technology, intelligence, and creativity have appeared in bursts throughout history, only to vanish when their bearers were erased by catastrophe, neglect, or the passage of time. Ultimately, the hammer is not just an object, it is a challenge. It challenges the assumptions of science, the confidence of historians, and the narrative that humanity tells itself about its own origins. It asks uncomfortable questions about the scope of human knowledge, the permanence of civilizations, and the limits of our understanding. It exists as a bridge between the known and the unknown, a relic that speaks silently but powerfully to the complexity of the past. In the quiet moments of study, when the dust settles and the mind confronts the evidence, the hammer demands acknowledgement, not as a curiosity, but as a profound, unsettling testament to the mysteries of human history, and to the knowledge we may have lost long before we were ready to discover it. The Antikythera mechanism was discovered over a century ago, in the early 20th century, among the remnants of a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a corroded, crusted lump of bronze, unremarkable and unassuming to the untrained eye. Divers had recovered dozens of artifacts from the wreck, statues, amphorae, coins, and everyday objects, all consistent with the era. Yet this single object defied expectations. It was unlike anything else they had found. Its surface was encrusted, its fragments fragile, and at first, no one could make sense of what they were looking at. It would take decades of careful study, modern imaging techniques, and the patient work of scholars to reveal that this seemingly nondescript object was, in fact, the most sophisticated technological device known from the ancient world. The Antikythera mechanism is essentially an ancient analog computer, built to predict astronomical positions, eclipses, and even the timing of athletic competitions, such as the Olympic Games. Its complexity is astonishing, dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut and arranged, capable of modeling the cycles of the sun, moon, and even the planets as understood by ancient Greek astronomy. What makes it particularly extraordinary is that nothing remotely comparable existed for another millennium. While Europe and the Middle East would not produce gear-driven devices of this complexity until the medieval period, this device existed over 2,000 years ago. It is not simply a piece of scientific curiosity, it is evidence that an ancient civilization possessed mechanical knowledge far beyond what was previously believed possible. The initial study of the fragments was inconclusive. Scholars examined the bronze components, attempting to understand their purpose, but the extent of corrosion and the fragmented nature of the pieces made interpretation difficult. Early photographs, drawings, and descriptions hinted at unusual inscriptions and small, precisely cut gears, but it was not until the advent of X-ray imaging and 3D reconstruction that researchers could peer inside the encrusted layers. The scans revealed a remarkable sophistication, a complex system of interlocking gears, some with teeth cut at precise angles, demonstrating not only technical skill but also advanced knowledge of mathematical ratios. These gears were not decorative or symbolic, they were functional, engineered to achieve specific calculations with a precision that rivals early modern clocks. The more scholars studied the mechanism, the more it became clear that its creators had a level of technological understanding that seemed incongruous with their time. The inscriptions on the mechanism are equally intriguing. Ancient Greek text covers its surfaces, providing instructions, explanations, and descriptions of celestial phenomena. Scholars painstakingly deciphered these inscriptions, revealing references to lunar months, eclipse cycles, and the motions of celestial bodies according to the knowledge of the era. The writing suggests that the device was intended for practical use, likely by a scholar, priest, or astronomer. It was not a decorative object, a toy, or an experiment, it was a tool designed to model the cosmos. The combination of mechanical ingenuity and precise astronomical observation implies a level of intellectual sophistication that challenges assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient societies. The device is, in essence, a tangible demonstration that knowledge and innovation are not strictly linear in history. One of the most striking aspects of the mechanism is the precision of its construction. The gears, some only a few millimeters in diameter, are meticulously crafted, with teeth cut in ratios that allow complex astronomical calculations. Modern engineers examining the fragments have marveled at the level of craftsmanship, noting that even with today's tools, replicating the mechanism would be a formidable task. The precision of the gears suggests not only mechanical skill but also an understanding of mathematics that allowed the creators to translate celestial cycles into mechanical motion. This is not mere craftsmanship, it is applied science, bridging abstract theory with tangible technology in a way that was previously thought impossible for the ancient world. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism has forced scholars to reconsider what they know about the history of science and technology. Prior to its discovery, the prevailing view was that such devices were products of the medieval or Renaissance periods, requiring centuries of cumulative knowledge to produce. Yet here is an object, over 2 millennia old, demonstrating an understanding of mechanics, astronomy, and mathematics that would not be equaled for generations. It suggests that the ancient Greeks, and perhaps other civilizations, had the capability to develop highly sophisticated technological solutions, knowledge that may have been lost over time due to societal collapse, cultural shifts, or the simple fragility of technology in antiquity. The mechanism is not just an anomaly, it is a window into a level of innovation that had disappeared long before the modern era. The implications extend beyond technology into the philosophy of history itself. The Antikythera mechanism challenges the assumption of linear progress, the idea that civilization steadily advances from primitive to sophisticated. Instead, it points to the possibility that knowledge can appear, flourish, and then vanish, leaving behind fragments that seem impossible when viewed through the lens of incomplete history. The mechanism is a reminder that the past is not always orderly, that civilizations may have achieved remarkable feats only for them to be forgotten or lost. It forces a re-evaluation of what we consider ancient and primitive, suggesting that our perception of history may be limited by the survival of evidence rather than the absence of capability. The mechanism also invites speculation about the breadth of ancient knowledge. If a single device could model the movements of celestial bodies with such precision, what other technologies, methods, or understandings might have existed that have not survived? The Antikythera mechanism is a solitary artifact, yet it hints at a larger network of knowledge, experimentation, and craftsmanship that has largely disappeared from the historical record. Each fragment of the device carries the weight of lost centuries of scientific development, offering only a glimpse into the sophistication of its creators. Scholars have reconstructed its functions, yet many details remain elusive, leaving room for imagination and further inquiry. The mechanism is both a marvel and a mystery, simultaneously revealing and concealing the extent of ancient ingenuity. Furthermore, the Antikythera mechanism emphasizes the fragility of knowledge and the role of accident in preserving it. It was lost for centuries in a shipwreck, buried and encrusted, until chance brought it to modern attention. Had it remained undiscovered, the story of ancient technological achievement would be profoundly different. This underscores a recurring theme in the study of anomalies. What we know of the past is often shaped as much by what survives as by what was created. The mechanism's survival is miraculous in itself, a testament to both human ingenuity and the randomness of history. Its discovery transforms a handful of corroded fragments into a challenge to the accepted narrative of progress, demanding that we confront the sophistication of civilizations long presumed primitive. The Antikythera mechanism is more than a technological artifact, it is a bridge across time. It connects us to the minds of ancient engineers, mathematicians, and astronomers, revealing a depth of knowledge that modern scholars are only beginning to appreciate. It embodies the tension between what we assume about the past and what the evidence demonstrates, highlighting the gap between perception and reality. Its very existence forces a reconsideration of the boundaries of human achievement and the fragility of knowledge over the ages. Every gear, every inscription, every carefully calculated ratio tells a story of intelligence, curiosity, and understanding that challenges assumptions and invites wonder. The mechanism stands as a testament to what humans can accomplish and as a haunting reminder of what can be lost. It is a relic of genius, waiting silently beneath layers of corrosion and centuries of neglect, whispering secrets of an ancient world that was far more advanced than we have ever been willing to admit. The Antikythera mechanism, with all its intricacy and precision, raises one of the most compelling questions in the study of ancient technology: how was this possible? It is not simply the gears, the inscriptions, or the mathematical accuracy that astonishes modern researchers, it is the fact that such a device should not exist according to everything we understand about the timeline of human development. Conventional history places the rise of mechanical engineering and sophisticated astronomical computation centuries, even a millennium, after the creation of this device. The Greeks of the Hellenistic period were indeed brilliant, producing remarkable works of art, philosophy, and basic engineering, yet nothing in the historical record suggests they were capable of producing a machine with the complexity, precision, and functionality of the Antikythera mechanism. The device, therefore, represents not a minor anomaly, but a profound contradiction, a physical testament to knowledge that seems far ahead of its time. To fully grasp the implications, one must consider the specific challenges inherent in creating such a machine. The mechanism required the precise cutting of dozens of gears, each with an exact number of teeth to correspond to celestial cycles, arranged in a manner that could accurately model the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. The ratios involved are sophisticated, relying on mathematical knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and mechanics that appears far beyond what is documented in surviving texts from the era. For instance, the lunar gear system alone accounts for the elliptical orbit of the moon, a refinement that modern astronomers and engineers did not fully understand until centuries later. Producing such accuracy requires not just conceptual knowledge but also advanced tools and a deep understanding of materials, bronze that could be shaped and preserved without warping, gears cut to microscopic tolerances, and an assembly process capable of maintaining alignment across multiple interlocking components. Even today, reproducing the mechanism with modern tools and machinery is considered an extraordinary feat. The more we examine the Antikythera mechanism, the more difficult it becomes to reconcile with conventional timelines of technological development. The prevailing narrative suggests that mechanical devices of this complexity did not appear until the medieval period, when clockmaking and gear-based engineering advanced in Europe. The assumption has always been that technological sophistication emerges in a linear fashion, building gradually upon accumulated knowledge. Yet here is evidence that contradicts this linear progression: an advanced technological device created over 2,000 years ago, only to vanish from history without leaving any comparable successors. The disappearance of such technological expertise is itself a mystery. How could a civilization capable of producing this device fail to transmit its knowledge, allowing such sophistication to vanish for over a millennium? The question challenges not only our understanding of ancient engineering but also the broader assumptions about the continuity and accumulation of knowledge in human societies. Some scholars have attempted to provide explanations within the boundaries of known history. They propose that the mechanism was a unique creation, perhaps a one-of-a-kind project undertaken by a small group of elite engineers or scholars, never replicated due to its complexity or expense. Others suggest that its sophistication was an accidental product of trial and error, a rare convergence of ingenuity that could not be repeated. Yet these explanations, while plausible on the surface, fail to account for the mathematical precision and mechanical elegance of the device. It is not merely functional, it is optimized, a machine designed with an understanding of ratios and cycles that suggests intentional planning and advanced conceptual knowledge. The idea that such a mechanism could emerge by chance or remain entirely isolated strains credibility. Its existence implies a level of technical mastery that, if widely known, would have fundamentally altered the trajectory of technological development in the ancient world. The mystery deepens when considering the broader implications of the mechanism's design. It models not only the predictable cycles of the sun and moon but also the timing of eclipses and possibly even planetary positions, reflecting an understanding of celestial mechanics that exceeds what is typically attributed to the period. This raises profound questions about the scientific knowledge of the Hellenistic world. Did the Greeks possess insights into astronomy and mathematics that have since been lost? Were there workshops, schools, or traditions of engineering capable of producing such devices, now erased from history? Or does the mechanism hint at the survival of knowledge from an even older, perhaps forgotten, civilization? Each of these possibilities challenges conventional assumptions, suggesting that history may not be as straightforward as textbooks present it. Equally compelling is the fact that nothing comparable to the Antikythera mechanism has been discovered elsewhere from the same period. If such advanced engineering was possible, why are there no surviving records of similar devices? Why are there no detailed descriptions, schematics, or references in the extensive writings of Greek engineers, mathematicians, or astronomers? The silence of the historical record is as mysterious as the device itself. It suggests that the mechanism is not merely an anomaly, but a fragment of knowledge that was deliberately lost, forgotten, or confined to a limited circle. Perhaps it was considered too specialized, too valuable, or too difficult to reproduce. Whatever the reason, the lack of contemporaneous examples intensifies the enigma, leaving scholars to wonder whether the Antikythera mechanism was the pinnacle of a forgotten tradition or an isolated marvel of genius. Modern attempts to reconstruct the mechanism provide further insight into its sophistication and the ingenuity of its creators. Researchers have created working replicas, using X-ray scans and 3D modeling to understand the original design. These reconstructions reveal a device capable of simulating astronomical phenomena with remarkable accuracy, providing a calendar, predicting eclipses, and tracking celestial events with precision. The process of recreating the mechanism underscores how advanced it truly was. Every gear, every tooth, every alignment had to be exact. Even minor deviations would render the device inaccurate. This level of precision, achieved without modern machining tools, demonstrates a mastery of materials, geometry, and mechanics that seems almost inconceivable for the period in which it was made. The Antikythera mechanism also prompts reflection on the nature of knowledge itself. It is a stark reminder that technological and scientific understanding can be lost, sometimes for centuries, due to social upheaval, natural disasters, or the fragility of material culture. Unlike durable texts or monumental structures, machines require maintenance, transmission of skills, and a social context that values their use. Without these conditions, even the most sophisticated technologies can vanish, leaving only tantalizing fragments behind. The mechanism forces us to reconsider assumptions about the linearity of human progress and the permanence of knowledge. It challenges the notion that what we know today is the pinnacle of understanding, suggesting instead that civilizations in the distant past may have achieved brilliance that we can only glimpse through artifacts like this. The device also invites philosophical contemplation. It blurs the line between the ancient and the modern, between primitive assumptions and advanced insight. It forces us to acknowledge that our ancestors may have been capable of intellectual achievements equal to, or in some ways surpassing, our own. The Antikythera mechanism is a tangible link to minds that understood celestial patterns, mathematics, and mechanical design in ways that were lost to history. It prompts the unsettling realization that human intelligence is not necessarily cumulative in a straightforward manner. Knowledge can appear, flourish, and then disappear, leaving gaps that challenge our understanding of development and progress. In the end, the Antikythera mechanism is more than an ancient calculator or an artifact of curiosity. It is evidence that the boundaries of human capability in antiquity were far broader than previously acknowledged. It challenges assumptions about technology, astronomy, and mathematics, forcing historians and scientists to reconsider what is possible in the ancient world. Its complexity and precision suggest knowledge that may have been lost, forgotten, or deliberately hidden, creating a tension between what we know and what we might never fully understand. The question of how it was possible remains unanswered in full, a mystery that continues to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike. It is a reminder that the past is often stranger, richer, and more sophisticated than the neat narrative of history allows, and that humanity's capacity for ingenuity has always been capable of surpassing our expectations, leaving us to wonder what other secrets remain buried, waiting for discovery. The discovery of the so-called Baghdad battery is one of the most perplexing and intriguing anomalies in the study of ancient technology. Unearthed in the 1930s near Baghdad, Iraq, this artifact consists of a simple clay jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod, yet its implications are anything but simple. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary vessel, no different from countless others used in antiquity for storage or ritual purposes. Yet the arrangement of its components suggests something far more sophisticated, the potential to generate electrical current. If this interpretation is correct, it would mean that ancient people were experimenting with electricity thousands of years before the modern era, challenging our assumptions about technological development and the knowledge of early civilizations. The jar itself is unremarkable in shape, cylindrical, with a lid that fits snugly, designed to contain something securely. Inside the jar sits a copper cylinder, carefully constructed, with an iron rod suspended in the center. The space between the rod and the cylinder is filled with an acidic substance, most likely vinegar or some other electrolyte, which would allow a chemical reaction to occur, generating a small amount of electrical current. At first glance, this may seem trivial, a battery producing only a few volts, but it is the conceptual leap that is astonishing. The creators of this device, whoever they were, understood that a chemical reaction could produce energy, that this energy could be harnessed, and that materials could be arranged in such a way to facilitate this process. It is a fundamental understanding of electricity, occurring in a period when such concepts were thought to be entirely unknown. Scholars and researchers have debated the purpose of the Baghdad battery for decades. Some propose that it may have been used for electroplating, coating objects with thin layers of metal, a process that requires electricity. Others suggest that it could have been used for medicinal purposes, generating small currents believed to have therapeutic effects. Yet another theory posits that it was a simple experiment, an early exploration into a phenomenon that was not yet fully understood. The lack of textual or archaeological evidence explaining its use leaves room for speculation, and it is precisely this ambiguity that has fueled both fascination and controversy. Unlike a mechanical device, which has a clear observable function, the Baghdad battery presents a conceptual puzzle. It demonstrates potential rather than purpose, suggesting that ancient societies may have been experimenting with principles of electricity long before formal scientific documentation. The existence of the battery challenges our understanding of technological timelines. Conventional history places the discovery and practical use of electricity in the 17th and 18th centuries, with devices like the Leyden jar marking the beginnings of electrical experimentation in Europe. Yet here is evidence, potentially thousands of years older, that humans had already grasped the underlying principles in some form. It forces a reconsideration of assumptions about the linear progression of knowledge, suggesting that experimentation and discovery may have occurred sporadically and in isolation. The battery is a reminder that human ingenuity does not always follow a predictable path and that the technological sophistication of ancient cultures may be vastly underestimated. Critics have attempted to downplay the significance of the Baghdad battery, proposing that it may have been a mundane storage container, a ritual object, or even a hoax. Some argue that without definitive evidence of use, it is impossible to claim it as an electrical device. However, experimental reconstructions have shown that, when filled with an acidic solution, the battery can indeed generate voltage. These tests demonstrate that the design is functional, not accidental, reinforcing the notion that the creators may have understood the principles at work. While we may never know the exact intent or application, the capability itself is undeniable. The object embodies a technological potential that should not exist in its historical context, creating a profound mystery that challenges conventional archaeology and history. The Baghdad battery also raises broader questions about knowledge transmission and loss. If ancient civilizations were experimenting with electricity, why did this knowledge not survive or spread in a way that influenced subsequent technological development? It is possible that the understanding of electrical principles was limited, esoteric, or confined to a small group of practitioners, and that practical applications were not immediately apparent or widely useful. Alternatively, social upheaval, conquest, or natural disasters may have disrupted the continuity of experimentation, causing such knowledge to disappear. Whatever the explanation, the battery stands as a testament to the potential sophistication of early human experimentation, hinting at a past in which our ancestors were exploring concepts that modern history credits to much later periods. The artifact also highlights the ingenuity and curiosity of ancient peoples. Its construction, simple yet effective, demonstrates a careful consideration of materials and chemical interactions. The choice of copper and iron, the containment of an acidic solution, and the deliberate design of the jar suggest purposeful experimentation and a conceptual understanding of cause and effect. This is not mere coincidence, it is intentional design. The creators were engaged in inquiry, testing the properties of materials and harnessing natural phenomena to achieve a measurable result. In this sense, the Baghdad battery serves as a bridge across millennia, connecting modern observers with the minds of people who were experimenting, questioning, and innovating long before modern science formalized these concepts. Furthermore, the battery forces reflection on the limitations of historical knowledge. Conventional timelines assume that certain discoveries, such as electricity, emerged only when human societies reached a particular stage of technological development. The existence of this artifact suggests that knowledge can appear sporadically, independent of broader societal advancement. It challenges the assumption that technological sophistication is always cumulative, reminding us that ingenuity can emerge in isolated contexts and may be lost just as easily. The battery becomes more than a curiosity, it is evidence of a discontinuous history of human understanding, where flashes of insight appear, sometimes persist, and sometimes vanish, leaving only tantalizing fragments behind. The psychological impact of the battery is equally compelling. For modern observers, it evokes both wonder and unease. The wonder arises from the realization that ancient humans may have explored concepts long thought to be modern discoveries, demonstrating intelligence, experimentation, and technical curiosity. The unease emerges from the implications of lost knowledge, the idea that humanity has, on multiple occasions, reached heights of understanding that were subsequently forgotten or obscured. The battery is a reminder that history is not a neat, linear progression, but a complex tapestry in which insight and innovation can appear unpredictably and vanish without trace. It challenges our perception of ancient civilizations, forcing us to reconsider assumptions about the limits of their knowledge and the sophistication of their technologies. In the end, the Baghdad battery is not merely an artifact, it is a window into a past that is far more inventive and experimental than conventional history allows. Its existence provokes questions about the ingenuity of ancient civilizations, the continuity of knowledge, and the unpredictable nature of human discovery. It stands as a silent testament to the curiosity, skill, and understanding of a people long vanished, leaving behind a challenge to modern assumptions and a mystery that continues to inspire fascination and debate. The battery reminds us that history is filled with gaps, enigmas, and potential knowledge waiting to be rediscovered, urging us to remain humble in the face of what our ancestors may have known, and what we may still have yet to uncover. The Piri-Reis map is one of the most enigmatic cartographic documents ever discovered, a striking anomaly that has fascinated historians, geographers, and conspiracy theorists alike. Created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri-Reis, the map is remarkable for both its accuracy and its scope. At first glance, it appears to be a relatively standard map of the known world of the early 16th century, depicting parts of Europe, Africa, and the newly discovered Americas. However, closer examination reveals astonishing details that defy conventional historical understanding. The coastlines are rendered with an accuracy that suggests advanced geographic knowledge, and certain features appear that should not have been known at the time, including details of South America and, controversially, the ice-free coastline of Antarctica. These features have provoked questions that remain unresolved. How could such knowledge exist in an era when European exploration was still in its infancy, and what sources might Piri-Reis have used to create such a precise representation? The origins of the Piri-Reis map are, in themselves, part of the mystery. Piri-Reis claimed to have compiled his map using a collection of older maps, including some from the time of Alexander the Great, as well as Portuguese and Spanish sources. Yet even with these references, the level of precision in certain regions is extraordinary. For example, the depiction of the South American coastline aligns closely with modern measurements, despite the fact that European explorers had only begun to chart parts of the continent. The map's creators apparently possessed knowledge of longitude and latitude far beyond what is generally attributed to early 16th century cartography. The methods used to achieve such accuracy remain uncertain, and scholars continue to debate whether the map reflects an accumulation of prior knowledge or the survival of even older, advanced geographic information that has since been lost to history. Perhaps the most controversial aspect of the map is its depiction of Antarctica. The southernmost portion of the map shows a landmass that some researchers argue corresponds to the continent before it was covered in ice. Conventional history holds that Antarctica was not discovered until the 19th century, and geological studies suggest its ice sheet has existed for millions of years. Yet the Piri-Reis map contains features that some interpret as representing a coastline free from ice, accurately depicting bays, mountains, and other formations. Skeptics argue that these interpretations are speculative or misreadings of poorly rendered geography, yet proponents insist that the map provides compelling evidence of advanced ancient knowledge. If the interpretation is correct, it raises profound questions about the sources available to Piri-Reis and the civilizations that may have had knowledge of distant continents long before modern exploration. The technical sophistication of the map is also evident in the manner in which it was drawn. Piri-Reis employed a combination of observational knowledge, earlier maps, and navigational techniques to create a document that is both detailed and functional. The map includes lines of latitude, annotations about navigational hazards, and references to indigenous populations, demonstrating a practical understanding of geography and seafaring. This suggests that the map was not merely an artistic endeavor or a symbolic representation but a working tool for explorers and navigators. Yet even with these technical merits, the inclusion of regions apparently unknown to contemporary explorers challenges conventional explanations, implying either access to lost sources or knowledge far ahead of its time. The Piri-Reis map also intersects with broader debates about the history of exploration and human knowledge. Historians have long assumed that precise mapping of distant lands required systematic exploration and measurement, techniques that were not fully developed until the late Renaissance. Yet the map predates many of these developments, suggesting that accurate geographic information may have circulated in ways that are not fully documented. Some researchers speculate that it reflects a repository of knowledge transmitted across cultures, possibly reaching back to civilizations whose records have been destroyed or forgotten. Others propose more radical interpretations, suggesting that advanced geographic understanding may have existed in antiquity and survived in fragments through the centuries. Whatever the explanation, the map remains a tantalizing anomaly, challenging our assumptions about how knowledge was acquired, preserved, and transmitted. The map's significance extends beyond its technical achievements, it also has profound implications for our understanding of historical perspective. It forces us to confront the possibility that our ancestors may have been far more aware of the world than commonly believed. The depiction of regions seemingly unknown at the time invites questions about exploration, observation, and the recording of information. How did such knowledge survive the fall of empires, wars, and centuries of cultural change? What other maps, texts, or records may have existed that have been lost, leaving us with only tantalizing hints of advanced understanding? The Piri Reis map is a reminder that history is often reconstructed from fragments, and that the surviving record may not fully reflect the sophistication and capability of those who came before us. The map also challenges the narrative of linear progress in cartography and exploration. It suggests that the accumulation of geographic knowledge was not necessarily gradual or sequential but could have been influenced by bursts of insight, access to forgotten sources, or the survival of exceptional works. Piri Reis himself acknowledged using multiple sources, yet the coherence and precision of the resulting map imply that these sources were far more accurate and comprehensive than contemporary historians generally assume. The existence of such a map calls into question the assumption that exploration and scientific advancement follow a smooth, continuous trajectory, revealing instead a more complex and discontinuous history of human understanding. In addition, the map provokes reflection on the limits of historical interpretation. Scholars have debated the Piri Reis map for decades, offering competing theories, reassessing geographic features, and attempting to reconstruct its sources. Yet no consensus has been reached, and the map continues to inspire speculation, study, and controversy. Its endurance as a subject of inquiry demonstrates the power of anomalies to disrupt conventional thinking, forcing researchers to confront evidence that does not fit neatly into established frameworks. The map, therefore, is not only a historical artifact but also a tool for questioning assumptions, expanding inquiry, and imagining possibilities that extend beyond the boundaries of recorded knowledge. Finally, the Piri Reis map exemplifies the intersection of mystery, discovery, and the limits of human understanding. It is both a practical navigational document and an enigma, reflecting a depth of geographic knowledge that challenges our assumptions about the capabilities of early 16th-century cartographers. Its precision, scope, and unexplained features serve as a reminder that history is incomplete, that knowledge can be lost and rediscovered, and that anomalies can illuminate truths about the past that conventional records obscure. The map continues to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike, inviting us to consider the possibility that civilizations far earlier than we recognize may have possessed knowledge and insight that rival, or even surpass, our own, leaving behind traces that endure as both evidence and mystery, silently challenging everything we think we know about the exploration of the world. The discovery of the Saqqara bird in Egypt is one of the most compelling examples of an artifact that challenges conventional understanding of ancient technology and aerodynamics. Found in 1898 during excavations in the Saqqara necropolis, this small wooden object, carved in the shape of a bird, is deceptively simple in appearance. At only about 14 centimeters in length, it seems like a mundane representation of avian life, possibly a child's toy or a ceremonial object. Yet, closer examination reveals features that suggest a far more sophisticated purpose, one that has sparked decades of debate among archaeologists, engineers, and aviation enthusiasts. The Saqqara bird is not merely a decorative item, its shape and proportions hint at knowledge of flight principles that were not supposed to exist in ancient Egypt, thousands of years before the Wright brothers would achieve powered flight. Its existence raises profound questions about the level of scientific understanding possessed by early civilizations and the extent to which we may underestimate their ingenuity. The bird's design is remarkably aerodynamic. The wings are proportioned in a way that suggests stability in flight, with a slight dihedral angle that would enhance balance, and the tail is angled in a manner that could provide lift or control if the object were intended to glide. The body is sleek and streamlined, reducing air resistance, and the overall structure seems to have been meticulously carved with careful attention to proportion and balance. Some engineers who have studied the artifact have conducted test flights using scaled-up replicas, discovering that it could indeed function as a glider under the right conditions. The implication is startling: either the ancient Egyptians possessed a practical understanding of aerodynamics, or they were experimenting with the principles of flight long before such concepts were formally studied or documented. The context of the Saqqara bird adds another layer of mystery. It was found among a collection of burial goods, in a period roughly dated to 200 BCE, a time when ancient Egypt was known for art, architecture, and sophisticated religious practices, but not for technological experimentation related to flight. The artifact's placement in a funerary context has led some to suggest it was symbolic, possibly representing the soul's journey to the afterlife, a concept deeply embedded in Egyptian belief systems. Yet symbolic interpretations do not fully account for the precision of its design, nor the fact that it can function as a glider. This duality, practical functionality combined with potential symbolic meaning, creates a tension that has fueled both scientific inquiry and imaginative speculation. The Saqqara bird appears to exist at the intersection of art, religion, and technology, challenging the boundaries we assign to each domain in the study of ancient cultures. One of the most provocative aspects of the Saqqara bird is the suggestion that it represents an understanding of principles that would not be formally articulated until millennia later. Concepts such as lift, drag, stability, and control surfaces are foundational to modern aerodynamics, yet they were not systematically studied until the Renaissance and beyond. The bird's design, however, demonstrates that these principles may have been observed and applied in practical ways long before theoretical frameworks existed. If the object was indeed intended as a model or prototype for flight, it would imply a level of empirical investigation that is extraordinary for the period. It suggests that the Egyptians were not merely artisans or religious practitioners, but also experimental thinkers, capable of observing natural phenomena and translating them into functional designs. The debate surrounding the artifact is further complicated by its lack of direct documentation. There are no surviving texts, diagrams, or instructions from the period indicating that the Egyptians were experimenting with flight. Unlike mechanical devices such as the Antikythera mechanism, which have inscriptions explaining their use, the Saqqara bird offers only physical evidence, leaving interpretation to inference and experimentation. Skeptics argue that the artifact may have been a toy, a ritual object, or even an artistic representation with no functional purpose. Yet the aerodynamic potential of the design cannot be ignored. Its balance, wing shape, and proportions suggest intentional engineering, not mere coincidence. This ambiguity has made it a focal point for discussions about the hidden capabilities of ancient civilizations and the gaps in the historical record. Some researchers have conducted experiments to test the Saqqara bird's flight potential. Using replicas constructed from similar materials and dimensions, these tests have demonstrated that the object can glide with surprising stability, covering considerable distances when launched from an elevated position. Adjustments to wing angle and tail position affect its performance, indicating that the original creator understood the importance of these parameters for controlled flight. While the artifact cannot be definitively proven to have been intended as a functional glider, the experimental results provide compelling evidence that the principles of flight were at least observed, if not applied. The possibility that ancient engineers were experimenting with aerodynamics challenges assumptions about the technological sophistication of civilizations separated from modern advancements by millennia. The Saqqara bird also invites speculation about the transmission of knowledge. If the ancient Egyptians were experimenting with flight, what became of that understanding? Why is there no evidence of further developments leading to sustained aerial experimentation or recorded breakthroughs in the millennia that followed? One theory is that such knowledge was confined to small groups or secretive practices, possibly linked to religious or ceremonial contexts, and never disseminated widely. Another is that technological experimentation in flight may have been abandoned due to the limitations of materials, cultural priorities, or practical constraints. Whatever the reason, the artifact serves as a tantalizing glimpse into the possibility of advanced experimentation that was ultimately lost to history. The implications of the Saqqara bird extend beyond aviation. It challenges the conventional narrative that ancient civilizations were limited to basic technologies, arts, and architecture, suggesting that empirical observation, experimentation, and technical understanding may have been more widespread than commonly acknowledged. The artifact forces a re-evaluation of the assumptions about the boundaries of human knowledge in antiquity and the potential for technological insight to emerge in unexpected contexts. It also underscores the fragility of history. Knowledge can exist, be observed, and yet vanish, leaving behind only isolated artifacts that hint at capabilities we may never fully reconstruct. The psychological impact of the Saqqara bird is profound. For modern observers, it evokes a mixture of awe, curiosity, and unease. Awe arises from the recognition that ancient peoples may have engaged in technological experimentation of a kind that seems impossibly advanced for their era. Curiosity emerges from the challenge of understanding the artifact's purpose and the methods by which it was created. Unease arises from the realization that the linear, orderly narrative of technological progress is inadequate to explain such anomalies. The bird is a reminder that human ingenuity is not bound by the chronological frameworks we impose and that history often contains hidden chapters waiting to be rediscovered. In conclusion, the Saqqara bird is not merely a carved object, it is a provocative testament to the ingenuity, curiosity, and potential technical understanding of ancient Egypt. Its aerodynamic design, combined with its mysterious context, challenges assumptions about the capabilities of civilizations long presumed primitive in certain domains. It embodies the possibility that knowledge can emerge, be observed, and yet vanish, leaving behind tantalizing fragments that force modern observers to question what is truly known about the past. The artifact continues to captivate scholars, engineers, and enthusiasts alike, serving as both a tangible piece of history and an enduring mystery, compelling us to reconsider the limits of ancient human ingenuity and the untapped depths of knowledge that may still lie hidden within the archaeological record. The Dropa stones, discovered in the remote mountains of the Bayan Har region on the border between China and Tibet in the 1930s, represent one of the most enigmatic and controversial findings in the realm of ancient artifacts. These stone discs, ranging from 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter, are engraved with tiny, spiraling grooves along their surfaces. At first glance, they might seem like nothing more than decorative stones or ritualistic objects, perhaps products of a culture unknown to mainstream archaeology. Yet the precision of the grooves, the apparent intentionality of the spiral patterns, and the unusual context of their discovery suggest a story far more extraordinary, a story that challenges conventional timelines, the understanding of human capability, and the boundaries of the known ancient world. Unlike ordinary stone carvings, the Dropa stones hint at a level of technical and intellectual sophistication that seems far beyond what should have existed in that remote region during the period in which they were supposedly created. The discovery itself reads like the opening lines of a mystery novel. Archaeologists working in the Bayan Har Mountains, investigating tombs and ancient burial sites, stumbled upon these stone discs in subterranean caves. The caves were otherwise filled with skeletal remains, pottery, and tools typical of local cultures, yet the stones stood apart due to their unique characteristics. Each disc contained a perfectly carved groove spiraling from the center to the outer edge, interrupted at regular intervals by minuscule hieroglyph-like markings. Upon closer examination, researchers noted that the grooves did not appear to serve a decorative purpose alone but seemed to convey information, a deliberate recording of knowledge, possibly intended for communication or even as a form of technology. The very notion that ancient peoples could engrave messages or data onto stone with such meticulous precision, in a remote and technologically isolated area, provokes immediate questions about the sophistication and intent behind these artifacts. Attempts to decode the markings only deepened the mystery. Scholars analyzing the grooves noticed that they were consistent with patterns found in written language, albeit unlike anything documented in conventional ancient scripts. The symbols appeared repetitive yet varied in ways that suggested a structured system, potentially representing numbers, dates, or even celestial information. The meticulousness of the engravings implies that the creators were highly literate in their symbolic system and possessed tools or techniques capable of carving stone with extreme precision. Some researchers hypothesize that the Dropa stones might encode astronomical knowledge, mapping celestial cycles, or even record encounters and observations that are now lost to history. Whatever their true purpose, the stones indicate an intellectual capability and a level of organization that challenges assumptions about the societies in this remote region. Adding to the enigma are the claims associated with the skeletal remains found in proximity to the stones. Reports describe unusually small, fragile skeletons, with large, elongated skulls, features not consistent with known human populations of the area. Some proponents suggest that these remains could belong to a previously unknown hominid species or even hint at extraterrestrial contact. While mainstream science treats such claims with skepticism due to the lack of verifiable evidence and reliable documentation, the association of these unusual skeletal remains with the precisely engraved stones raises fascinating questions about who created them and why. Were these artifacts the work of a lost culture with unique physical and intellectual characteristics, or were they evidence of contact with beings or civilizations unknown to us? The ambiguity surrounding the site continues to fuel speculation, encouraging a re-evaluation of the boundaries of human history. The Dropa stones also present a challenge when considering material and technological constraints. The precision of the grooves and the markings is extraordinary, particularly given the era in which they are said to have been created. Carving stone in such a uniform manner requires not only a steady hand and sharp tools but also a deep understanding of material properties and engraving techniques. This suggests that the creators were not improvisers but skilled artisans, engineers, or scribes capable of both conceptual thinking and meticulous execution. It raises questions about the tools and methods used in a time and place that, according to mainstream archaeology, should have had limited technological sophistication. The implication is that knowledge and capability in certain domains may have existed in pockets of human civilization far earlier and more advanced than conventional timelines suggest. The potential purpose of the stones has inspired a wide range of interpretations, from the plausible to the extraordinary. Some researchers propose that the discs were a form of ancient record-keeping, akin to a proto-writing system used to preserve cultural or scientific knowledge. Others suggest they could have functioned as ritual or religious artifacts, intended to communicate with deities, ancestors, or perhaps beings beyond human experience. A more radical interpretation posits that the discs were a form of ancient technology, designed to store information in a mechanical or acoustic manner, almost like a prehistoric hard drive or phonograph. While these ideas remain speculative, the fact that the stones continue to elude a definitive explanation reinforces their status as anomalies that challenge established assumptions about the intellectual and technological capabilities of ancient peoples. The Dropa stones also provoke reflection on the broader theme of lost knowledge. If these artifacts indeed represent a sophisticated system of communication, recording, or technology, what other information might have existed and since vanished? Civilizations rise and fall, leaving behind fragments that hint at the knowledge, culture, and ingenuity that preceded us. The stones suggest that human, or perhaps non-human, history is not as continuous or fully documented as textbooks imply. They encourage us to consider that the past may have contained pockets of extraordinary intellectual achievement that were erased, forgotten, or deliberately obscured. Each spiral groove and every tiny symbol etched into the stone becomes a tantalizing clue, pointing to a history that is richer and stranger than the conventional narrative allows. The psychological impact of the Dropa stones cannot be understated. For those who study them, they evoke both wonder and a deep sense of mystery. The precision and apparent purpose of the artifacts inspire awe, prompting admiration for the intelligence, skill, and ingenuity of their creators. Simultaneously, the unexplained nature of the stones, coupled with the anomalous skeletal remains and the remoteness of the site, creates an unsettling sense of uncertainty. These objects confront us with the possibility that there are chapters of human or pre-human history that remain hidden, urging us to question what we think we know and to remain open to the extraordinary. The stones are a tangible reminder that the past is often more enigmatic, more inventive, and more complex than we assume. In conclusion, the Dropa stones are more than archaeological curiosities, they are profound enigmas that challenge our understanding of human capability, history, and the potential for lost knowledge. Their intricate spirals, precise engravings, and mysterious context point to a level of sophistication that conventional timelines struggle to accommodate. They provoke questions about who created them, how they were made, and what information or knowledge they might encode. Even in the absence of definitive answers, the Dropa stones compel us to reconsider assumptions about ancient civilizations, technological progress, and the boundaries of human or even extraterrestrial ingenuity. They are a testament to the enduring mystery of our past, a challenge to accepted narratives, and an invitation to explore the hidden depths of human history that may yet be uncovered. The Lycurgus cup, discovered in the 1950s and dated to the 4th century CE, is one of the most extraordinary examples of ancient craftsmanship and technological ingenuity. At first glance, it appears to be a relatively simple Roman glass vessel, crafted in a deep green hue, adorned with intricate figures and scenes depicting the myth of King Lycurgus. Yet this cup is anything but ordinary. Its true marvel lies not in its artistic design but in its astonishing optical properties. It is a dichroic glass artifact, meaning that it changes color depending on the lighting conditions. When viewed in reflected light, the cup appears green, but when light passes through it, it transforms into a striking deep red. This phenomenon, which relies on the manipulation of nanoparticles suspended within the glass, demonstrates a level of material science and craftsmanship that is astonishing for a civilization that existed more than 1,600 years ago. The dichroic nature of the Lycurgus cup is not merely a decorative trick, it reflects a sophisticated understanding of materials, chemistry, and light manipulation. Modern analysis reveals that the glass contains nanoparticles of gold and silver, minutely dispersed throughout the matrix. The interaction between these metal particles and light produces the dramatic color-shifting effect. What is particularly remarkable is that ancient artisans were able to create this effect without any knowledge of atomic theory, nanotechnology, or optics as we understand them today. Their achievement was empirical. Through careful experimentation, observation, and refinement, they produced a material that behaves in ways that would not be formally explained until the 20th century. The cup, therefore, stands as a testament not only to artistic talent but also to a level of technical experimentation and mastery of materials that rivals modern science. The cup's creation required extraordinary skill and precision. To produce a dichroic effect, the artisans would have needed to control the size, distribution, and concentration of metal particles within the molten glass. This is no small feat even today. Achieving uniform dispersion of nanoparticles in glass requires advanced equipment and meticulous control over temperature, chemical composition, and timing. The fact that Roman craftsmen were able to accomplish this with the tools and knowledge available in antiquity is nothing short of miraculous. It suggests not only technical prowess but also a culture of experimentation and refinement, in which artisans could observe the properties of materials, adjust variables, and produce consistent, reproducible results. The Lycurgus cup is thus both a work of art and a technological achievement, bridging creativity and science in a manner rarely seen in ancient artifacts. The historical context of the Lycurgus cup adds another layer of fascination. It was created during a period when the Roman Empire was at its height, yet conventional narratives suggest that the scientific understanding of materials, light, and optics was rudimentary. Glassmaking was advanced, certainly, but the creation of a dichroic glass object requires a level of sophistication that seems incongruous with the period. How did Roman artisans arrive at this knowledge? Was it the result of deliberate experimentation passed down through generations of glassmakers, or was it the product of a fortunate accident refined into mastery? The absence of written records describing the technique leaves us with tantalizing questions. We are left to marvel at the ingenuity and creativity of individuals who, without the benefit of formal scientific theory, achieved results that modern technology struggles to replicate even today. The visual effect of the Lycurgus cup is not only technically impressive but also psychologically and culturally powerful. The color transformation, from green to red, would have seemed magical, almost otherworldly, to observers in antiquity. In a society steeped in symbolism, myth, and religious ritual, the cup's shifting hues could have carried profound meaning. Red, associated with blood, life, and divine power, might have evoked particular narratives when the cup was filled with wine or other liquids. Green, on the other hand, symbolizes growth, fertility, and nature. The interplay of these colors could have been interpreted as a manifestation of divine influence or cosmic balance, adding layers of significance to the vessel beyond its practical use. The Lycurgus cup, therefore, is not merely a technical marvel, it is a cultural artifact that conveys meaning, beauty, and mystery simultaneously, engaging both the senses and the imagination. Modern scientific investigation into the cup has further deepened appreciation for its complexity. Techniques such as electron microscopy and spectroscopy have revealed the precise nature of the nanoparticles and their interaction with light. Researchers have marveled at the artisan's implicit understanding of particle size and distribution, recognizing that these factors determine the specific wavelengths of light absorbed and transmitted, producing the observed dichroic effect. What is particularly striking is the degree of consistency in the effect across the entire surface of the cup, indicating that the artisans were able to control variables with remarkable precision. This is not the result of a single lucky experiment, it reflects intentional, repeatable craftsmanship that required skill, observation, and perhaps even a rudimentary understanding of cause and effect in materials science. The Lycurgus cup also challenges assumptions about the trajectory of technological knowledge. Dichroic glass, it seems, was a lost art. No similar examples have survived in significant quantity, and the technique appears to have been forgotten until rediscovered in modern times. This discontinuity raises questions about how technological knowledge can be lost, even in advanced civilizations. The cup serves as a reminder that the linear progression often assumed in history is misleading. Innovation can emerge, flourish, and disappear, leaving only isolated examples to puzzle and inspire future generations. The existence of such a sophisticated object, unreplicated for centuries, underscores the fragility and contingency of technological and scientific knowledge. The artifact also invites reflection on the interplay between art and science in ancient cultures. The Lycurgus cup is aesthetically stunning, with intricate reliefs depicting the mythological punishment of King Lycurgus. Yet its technical sophistication adds a dimension that transcends purely artistic achievement. The artisans were not merely decorating a vessel, they were experimenting with materials, manipulating physical phenomena, and creating an object that would astonish observers both visually and conceptually. This synthesis of creativity and technical mastery challenges modern distinctions between art and science, demonstrating that ancient artisans could operate at the intersection of imagination and empirical experimentation, producing works that resonate aesthetically, culturally, and scientifically. Finally, the Lycurgus cup embodies the enduring mystery of human ingenuity. It forces us to confront the fact that our ancestors were capable of remarkable feats, often without leaving written records or clear explanations. The artifact is a tangible testament to a sophisticated understanding of materials, light, and aesthetics, achieved in a historical period when such knowledge was presumed to be rudimentary. It challenges assumptions about the limits of ancient craftsmanship and invites us to reconsider what is possible in societies we often underestimate. The cup continues to captivate scientists, historians, and the general public alike, serving as both a marvel of ancient ingenuity and a profound reminder of the mysteries that history still holds. Its very existence provokes awe, curiosity, and humility, urging us to recognize that the human capacity for innovation and creativity has always been far greater than we often imagine. The Nebra sky disk, discovered in 1999 near Nebra, Germany, is one of the most compelling and enigmatic artifacts of the Bronze Age, offering an extraordinary glimpse into the astronomical knowledge and symbolic sophistication of early European societies. Dating to around 1600 BCE, this circular bronze disk, roughly 32 centimeters in diameter, is inlaid with gold symbols representing the sun, moon, and stars. At first glance, it appears to be a simple artistic object, yet its design, craftsmanship, and the precision of its celestial representation suggest a level of astronomical understanding that is astonishing for its time. The disk is widely regarded as the earliest known depiction of the cosmos, combining practical astronomical observation with symbolic and ritualistic significance. Its discovery has revolutionized our understanding of Bronze Age culture, revealing that ancient humans were not only capable of sophisticated observation but also of translating these observations into complex symbolic systems that guided their social, religious, and practical lives. The Nebra sky disk is remarkable not only for its beauty but for the precision of its celestial depictions. The largest gold inlay represents the full moon, while a smaller crescent shape represents the new moon, and a cluster of 7 gold dots corresponds to the Pleiades star cluster. Scholars have demonstrated that the disk could have functioned as a practical tool, allowing Bronze Age people to track the movements of the sun and moon, determine solstices, and possibly regulate agricultural or ceremonial calendars. Its creators were clearly keen observers of the sky, capable of recognizing patterns and cycles that would influence everything from planting crops to scheduling religious rituals. What makes the disk extraordinary is that this knowledge was encoded visually, in a way that is both precise and symbolic, allowing information to be transmitted and interpreted across generations without written language. The Nebra sky disk is, in essence, a fusion of science, art, and spirituality, demonstrating that these ancient societies had a holistic understanding of their world that integrated observation with meaning. The disk's discovery context adds to its mystique. Found in a burial mound along with swords, axes, and other ritualistic artifacts, it suggests that the disk held ceremonial significance. Its placement indicates that it may have been a sacred object, possibly used by leaders or priestly figures to assert authority through knowledge of the cosmos. This dual function, practical and symbolic, highlights the complexity of Bronze Age societies, which did not necessarily separate technical knowledge from spiritual and social practice. The Nebra sky disk was likely more than a tool, it was a tangible representation of the order of the universe, a means of connecting human society to celestial cycles, and a symbol of power, knowledge, and ritual authority. Its creators understood that mastery over the observation of the heavens could confer prestige and influence, integrating empirical knowledge with societal structures. The precision of the disk also raises intriguing questions about the methods and tools used to create it. The gold inlays are carefully positioned, and the alignment of the sun and moon symbols with horizon markers suggests sophisticated planning and craftsmanship. Producing such an artifact would have required not only metalworking skills but also the ability to observe celestial cycles accurately and translate them into a coherent symbolic system. This implies a tradition of knowledge passed down through skilled practitioners, with a deep understanding of both materials and astronomy. The existence of the disk indicates that Bronze Age Europeans were capable of combining empirical observation with technical expertise in a way that challenges assumptions about the sophistication of prehistoric societies. It is a testament to both intellectual curiosity and artisanal skill, embodying a synergy of observation, calculation, and artistic execution. The Nebra sky disk also intersects with broader questions about the diffusion of astronomical knowledge in ancient times. Some scholars suggest that its design reflects interactions between different European cultures, with ideas about celestial cycles possibly transmitted through trade, migration, or cultural exchange. The disk shares conceptual similarities with other megalithic and prehistoric sites in Europe, such as Stonehenge, which also aligns with solstices and lunar cycles. These parallels suggest a wider understanding of the heavens across Bronze Age Europe, indicating that knowledge of astronomy was both widespread and sophisticated. Yet the disk remains unique in its combination of practical precision, symbolic complexity, and portable design, allowing it to function as both an object of observation and a ceremonial artifact. Its uniqueness underscores the creativity and ingenuity of its creators, who were able to encode a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos into a compact, enduring, and visually striking object. The symbolic elements of the disk also reflect a complex cosmology. The alignment of the sun, moon, and Pleiades suggests an awareness of celestial patterns that could have informed agricultural cycles, religious festivals, and social organization. The disk's creators were not merely recording observations, they were encoding meaning, creating a framework through which human society could understand and interact with the cosmos. This integration of practical observation with symbolic representation demonstrates a sophisticated worldview, in which science, spirituality, and social structure were interconnected. The Nebra sky disk therefore provides profound insight into the intellectual and cultural life of Bronze Age Europe, revealing that these societies possessed not only technical skills but also an understanding of abstraction, symbolism, and cosmological order. Experimental studies and astronomical simulations have reinforced the significance of the Nebra sky disk. Researchers have shown that the positions of the symbols correspond closely to actual celestial configurations, including the horizon angles of the sun during solstices. This confirms that the disk could have been used as a functional astronomical instrument, capable of tracking time and aiding in calendar regulation. Such precision suggests systematic observation over extended periods, implying that the creators had an organized approach to studying the heavens. The disk embodies a practical understanding of astronomical cycles, demonstrating that Bronze Age societies could engage in empirical science and apply it to social, ritual, and agricultural practices. It is an object that embodies both knowledge and utility, revealing the intersection of theory and application in prehistoric contexts. The psychological and cultural impact of the disk is profound. For modern observers, it evokes awe at the intellectual capabilities of Bronze Age peoples and curiosity about the extent of their astronomical knowledge. The artifact challenges assumptions that prehistoric societies were primarily concerned with survival, art, or rudimentary engineering, revealing instead a deep engagement with abstract concepts, observation, and symbolic representation. It invites reflection on the ways human societies across time have sought to understand and order their world, integrating observation, ritual, and social organization. The Nebra sky disk is not merely an artifact, it is a window into a worldview in which humans sought to harmonize their lives with the cosmos, demonstrating that intellectual sophistication is not unique to modernity but has been a continuous thread throughout human history. In conclusion, the Nebra sky disk stands as one of the most extraordinary artifacts of the ancient world, combining precise astronomical observation with symbolic and artistic sophistication. Its creation reflects a culture capable of empirical study, technical craftsmanship, and abstract thought, all integrated within a framework of ritual and social significance. The disk challenges assumptions about the capabilities of Bronze Age societies, revealing a level of knowledge and understanding that continues to inspire and astonish modern researchers. It is a tangible connection to the cosmos, a testament to human curiosity, ingenuity, and the desire to comprehend the universe. The Nebra sky disk reminds us that ancient civilizations were not merely observers of the heavens, they were thinkers, innovators, and artists, capable of producing works that resonate with beauty, purpose, and profound intellectual depth, leaving behind legacies that continue to challenge and expand our understanding of history. The ancient Roman dodecahedra are among the most perplexing artifacts from antiquity, representing one of the enduring enigmas of Roman material culture. These small, hollow, bronze or stone objects, typically measuring between 4 and 11 centimeters across, are shaped as 12-sided polyhedra, each face featuring a circular hole of varying diameter. Since their discovery in the late 18th and early 19th centuries across Europe, particularly in regions that were part of the Roman Empire, scholars, archaeologists, and enthusiasts have grappled with the question of their purpose. Despite numerous theories, ranging from religious artifacts to astronomical devices, no definitive explanation has been universally accepted. What makes these dodecahedra so intriguing is that they appear across a broad geographic area, from Gaul to Britain, yet there is virtually no contemporaneous textual record that describes them or explains their function. They are, in essence, a puzzle left by a civilization renowned for its documentation, engineering, and architectural mastery, and their very existence challenges conventional assumptions about the Roman understanding of science and technology. At first glance, the Roman dodecahedra seem deceptively simple, yet their design is deliberate and mathematically consistent. Each polyhedron consists of 12 pentagonal faces, carefully proportioned, with holes of different diameters punched into the center of each face. The size variation of the holes, along with the symmetrical design, indicates a level of precision that is far from accidental. The objects are often hollow, with knobs or projections at the vertices, suggesting they were not merely decorative. The distribution of these artifacts across the former Roman Empire implies that they were widely known, and yet their use remains elusive. The combination of geometric sophistication, consistency, and widespread occurrence suggests that the dodecahedra served a practical or symbolic function that was once well understood, though that knowledge has been lost to history. Theories about the purpose of the Roman dodecahedra are varied and often speculative, reflecting both the artifact's mystery and the gaps in the historical record. One of the most compelling hypotheses suggests that the objects were used as measuring instruments, possibly for surveying or for calculating distances and angles. The variation in hole diameters could correspond to different measurements, allowing a user to perform calculations in fields such as land assessment, construction, or military engineering. This interpretation aligns with the Roman reputation for engineering precision and the practical application of mathematics. If true, it would reveal a sophisticated tool used in everyday administrative or technical tasks, highlighting a level of empirical knowledge that is rarely recognized in discussions of Roman society. Another theory posits that the dodecahedra were used for astronomical or calendrical purposes. Some researchers suggest that the objects could have been employed to determine the optimal sowing or harvesting times by observing the angle of sunlight through the holes or tracking the movement of celestial bodies. The variation in hole size and placement could have allowed for alignment with specific solar or lunar positions, creating a portable instrument to facilitate agricultural planning. This interpretation implies a deeper understanding of astronomy than is often attributed to everyday Roman citizens, suggesting that empirical observation and practical application of celestial knowledge were embedded within certain aspects of Roman life. The dodecahedra, if used in this manner, would bridge the gap between abstract knowledge and tangible utility, illustrating a civilization capable of merging theoretical observation with practical decision-making. Religious or ritualistic interpretations also abound. Some scholars propose that the dodecahedra functioned as ceremonial objects, possibly connected to divination, astrology, or symbolic representation of cosmic order. The 12 faces could represent months, zodiac signs, or elements of cosmology, with the holes serving as focal points for rituals, observation, or symbolic gestures. In this context, the dodecahedra would function as tools for spiritual guidance, integrating geometry and symbolism into practices that connected human activity with the divine or the cosmos. This interpretation resonates with other aspects of Roman culture, in which symbolism, numerology, and ritual were intertwined with governance, daily life, and the broader understanding of the universe. Experimental studies with replicas of Roman dodecahedra have provided tantalizing, albeit inconclusive, insights. Researchers have attempted to test hypotheses by using the objects to measure distances, observe celestial events, or calculate angles. While these experiments demonstrate that the dodecahedra could function in such ways, there remains no definitive proof that this was their original purpose. The very flexibility of the design, geometric precision, variable hole sizes, and portable dimensions, supports the possibility that they were multifunctional, serving different purposes depending on context, location, or user. This multifunctionality, however, only deepens the mystery, illustrating a level of abstraction and practical ingenuity in Roman design that is rarely acknowledged in popular historical narratives. The geographic distribution of the dodecahedra also raises fascinating questions. Found in regions spanning modern-day France, Germany, Switzerland, and Britain, these artifacts suggest a shared understanding or standardized knowledge across distant parts of the Roman Empire. This widespread presence implies that the objects were not isolated curiosities but part of a broader technological or cultural practice. Yet the absence of literary references, manuals, or inscriptions means that we are left to speculate about their intended audience, the methods of instruction, and the transmission of knowledge. It is possible that the use of the dodecahedra was confined to specialized guilds, military engineers, or religious practitioners, keeping the purpose secret from the general populace. The combination of precision, portability, and secrecy enhances the allure of the artifacts, inviting speculation about what other forms of knowledge may have existed but were never recorded in surviving texts. The design of the dodecahedra also suggests an advanced understanding of geometry. The regularity of the pentagonal faces, the symmetry of the vertices, and the careful proportioning indicate that their creators possessed a sophisticated grasp of three-dimensional spatial relationships. This geometric sophistication aligns with other Roman achievements in architecture, engineering, and urban planning, yet it is applied here in a compact, enigmatic object whose function remains hidden. The intersection of abstract mathematics and practical utility raises profound questions about the ways in which the Romans integrated theoretical knowledge into everyday objects, combining aesthetic, technical, and possibly symbolic considerations in ways that modern observers can only begin to comprehend. The psychological and cultural impact of the Roman dodecahedra is significant. For contemporary researchers and enthusiasts, they evoke a sense of wonder at the intellectual capabilities of ancient societies and a deep curiosity about the lost functions and knowledge systems of the past. Their existence challenges assumptions that ancient Roman technology and mathematics were entirely utilitarian or documented, highlighting the possibility that knowledge could be highly specialized, esoteric, or deliberately obscured. The artifacts also provoke reflection on the nature of historical understanding itself. History is reconstructed from surviving records, and objects like the dodecahedra remind us that much of human ingenuity may remain hidden, surviving only in tantalizing fragments that spark imagination and inquiry. In conclusion, the Roman dodecahedra are far more than mere geometric curiosities. They are enigmatic artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient technology, mathematics, and culture. Their precise geometric form, variable hole sizes, and widespread distribution suggest practical, astronomical, ritualistic, or multifunctional applications, yet the absence of textual explanation ensures that their true purpose remains a mystery. They compel us to reconsider the intellectual sophistication of Roman society, illustrating a civilization capable of abstract thought, technical precision, and possibly esoteric knowledge that has since been lost. The dodecahedra are enduring symbols of the unknown in history, inviting us to explore the limits of human ingenuity, to question the assumptions of linear technological progress, and to marvel at the creativity and skill of those who came before us. Their mystery endures, a silent challenge to both historians and enthusiasts to imagine what knowledge has been forgotten and what insights may still lie hidden within the archaeological record, waiting to be uncovered. The Antikythera mechanism is perhaps the most extraordinary and baffling artifact ever discovered from the ancient world, a device so advanced that it reshapes our understanding of technological capability in antiquity. Recovered in 1901 from a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, the mechanism initially appeared to be nothing more than a corroded lump of bronze. For decades, scholars were perplexed by its complexity, unable to comprehend its function or purpose. Only with modern X-ray imaging, 3D scanning, and computer modeling did the full sophistication of the device begin to emerge. The Antikythera mechanism is, in essence, an ancient analog computer, designed to predict astronomical phenomena, including the positions of the sun, moon, planets, and eclipses, with remarkable precision. Dated to approximately 100 BCE, it represents a level of mechanical sophistication thought impossible for the period, suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed technical knowledge far beyond what had been previously imagined. The physical structure of the mechanism is intricate and highly precise. It consists of at least 30 meshing bronze gears, carefully crafted with teeth calibrated to exact specifications, housed within a wooden frame that allowed manual operation. The device contains dials and pointers representing various celestial cycles, including the Metonic cycle, a 19-year period after which lunar phases repeat on the same calendar dates, and the Saros cycle, which governs the recurrence of eclipses. The combination of gear ratios allows the device to track complex interactions between solar and lunar calendars, providing users with a predictive tool of astonishing accuracy. What is truly remarkable is that no comparable device is documented for over a millennium, indicating that the knowledge required to construct the Antikythera mechanism was both extraordinarily sophisticated and largely lost to history, making it an unparalleled testament to ancient ingenuity. The level of craftsmanship and mathematical understanding required to create the Antikythera mechanism is staggering. Each gear had to be precisely shaped and positioned to ensure accurate calculations, a task that necessitates an advanced grasp of ratios, geometry, and mechanical principles. The existence of such a device implies not only skilled artisans capable of metalwork but also theoreticians who could conceptualize the relationships between astronomical cycles and translate them into mechanical form. This challenges the conventional notion that such technological sophistication was exclusive to the modern era. The mechanism demonstrates that Hellenistic civilizations were capable of abstract thinking, empirical observation, and practical application of knowledge in ways previously considered unattainable for their time. The purpose of the Antikythera mechanism extends beyond mere calculation, it functioned as both a predictive and educational tool. By modeling the heavens mechanically, it allowed users to observe and anticipate celestial phenomena, providing insight into the workings of the universe. In a culture deeply invested in astronomy, astrology, and ritual observation, such a device would have been invaluable, offering both practical guidance for navigation, agriculture, and religious festivals, and intellectual authority for those who understood and operated it. The mechanism likely belonged to an elite group, perhaps scholars, astronomers, or high-ranking officials, reflecting the intersection of knowledge, power, and societal structure in ancient Greek civilization. Its creation suggests that the ancients were not passive observers of the cosmos but active investigators, capable of abstract thought and mechanical ingenuity to model complex natural systems. The discovery of the mechanism has profound implications for our understanding of the history of science and technology. Conventional narratives assert that mechanical computation and complex gear systems emerged only in the Middle Ages or Renaissance, yet the Antikythera mechanism predates such inventions by over 1,000 years. Its sophistication forces a re-evaluation of the continuity of knowledge in human history and raises questions about lost traditions, undocumented experimentation, and the fragility of technological transmission. If such a device existed in the 2nd century BCE, what other tools, instruments, or methods might have been developed and subsequently forgotten? The mechanism highlights the possibility that human ingenuity has often exceeded the boundaries recorded in surviving texts and artifacts, leaving tantalizing fragments that hint at forgotten eras of scientific achievement. Modern investigations into the Antikythera mechanism have revealed additional layers of complexity. Studies using high-resolution imaging techniques have shown inscriptions detailing the cycles of the planets, instructions for operation, and calibrations for the dials. These inscriptions indicate that the device was not a mere gadget but a carefully constructed educational tool, designed to convey knowledge about the heavens in a systematic and accessible manner. The combination of mechanical engineering, astronomy, and didactic intent underscores a holistic approach to science and technology in the Hellenistic world. It is an artifact that embodies not only precision and function but also pedagogy, reflecting a culture that valued the transmission of knowledge as highly as the accumulation of expertise. The Antikythera mechanism also evokes profound psychological and cultural responses. For contemporary observers, it inspires awe at the technical mastery of ancient civilizations, curiosity about the knowledge systems of the past, and a sense of mystery about what has been lost. The idea that such a sophisticated machine existed in a period traditionally considered technologically primitive challenges deeply ingrained assumptions about human development and the linearity of progress. The device forces us to reconsider the boundaries between antiquity and modernity, illustrating that ingenuity, abstraction, and mechanical skill are not exclusive to recent history. It serves as a reminder that history is often incomplete and that extraordinary feats of human understanding can appear, flourish briefly, and disappear, leaving only tantalizing evidence behind. The implications of the Antikythera mechanism extend into the realm of knowledge continuity and loss. Its design suggests a tradition of mechanical engineering and astronomical observation that may have been more widespread than the surviving record indicates. Yet, by the time comparable devices re-emerge in medieval Europe, the knowledge required to create such instruments had apparently vanished, underscoring the fragility of human understanding. The mechanism is thus a profound symbol of both capability and loss, reminding us that the historical record is fragmentary and that what survives may underrepresent the true sophistication of past societies. Each gear, dial, and pointer is a testament to ingenuity, empirical study, and the human drive to understand the cosmos. In conclusion, the Antikythera mechanism is a singular marvel of ancient engineering, combining mathematical precision, astronomical knowledge, and mechanical sophistication in a device that challenges conventional historical assumptions. It exemplifies a civilization capable of abstract thought, empirical observation, and practical application in ways that modern science only fully appreciates millennia later. Its discovery forces a re-evaluation of technological history, revealing the possibility of lost knowledge, advanced experimentation, and intellectual mastery in the Hellenistic world. The mechanism inspires awe, curiosity, and reflection, serving as a bridge between the ancient and modern, a tangible reminder that human ingenuity has always exceeded the limits we often assign to history. It is more than an artifact, it is a window into a forgotten era of extraordinary understanding, a testament to the brilliance of our ancestors, and a challenge to reimagine the capabilities of civilizations long vanished from the historical record. The Baghdad Battery, a set of artifacts discovered near Baghdad, Iraq, in the 1930s, is among the most intriguing and controversial objects from the ancient world, suggesting a level of technological sophistication that has baffled historians and archaeologists for decades. The artifact consists of a clay jar approximately 13 centimeters tall, containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, insulated from each other by an asphalt plug. At first glance, it seems unremarkable, a simple container of metal components from the Parthian or Sassanid period, roughly dated to around 200 BCE to 200 CE. Yet experimental studies have demonstrated that when filled with an acidic solution, such as vinegar or lemon juice, the device can function as a rudimentary galvanic cell, generating a small electric current. This discovery has sparked heated debate about the potential uses of electricity in antiquity and whether ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and applications that far exceed what mainstream historical accounts typically acknowledge. The very existence of the Baghdad Battery challenges assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient Mesopotamian societies. Conventional narratives hold that electricity was unknown until the 18th and 19th centuries, and that its practical applications began only with the advent of modern science. However, the battery suggests that ancient engineers may have observed and exploited electrochemical reactions, whether intentionally or accidentally, to perform specific tasks. Some researchers propose that the jars were used for electroplating, a process in which a thin layer of metal, such as gold or silver, is deposited onto the surface of another object. If this interpretation is accurate, it would indicate that ancient artisans were capable of controlled chemical processes to enhance their metalwork, producing ornamental or ceremonial objects with techniques that would not be systematically documented for nearly 2 millennia. The design of the Baghdad Battery is deceptively simple, yet it demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of materials and chemical interaction. The combination of copper and iron, separated by an insulating material and submerged in an acidic liquid, is precisely the arrangement required to produce a galvanic reaction. While it is unlikely that ancient engineers understood the underlying principles of electricity in the modern sense, they may have observed consistent effects, such as the ability to induce chemical changes or generate small currents, and harness these effects for practical purposes. The jar's careful construction suggests that their creators were not engaged in mere experimentation but were attempting to produce repeatable and reliable results. This level of empirical knowledge, achieved without formal theoretical frameworks, underscores the ingenuity and observational acumen of ancient civilizations. The potential applications of the Baghdad Battery extend beyond electroplating. Some scholars have speculated that the device could have been used for medicinal or ritualistic purposes. Small electric currents have mild numbing effects and could theoretically have been employed in therapeutic treatments, such as pain relief or muscle stimulation. Others have suggested that the jars served a ritual function, with the mysterious effects of electricity being interpreted as divine or magical, enhancing the spiritual or ceremonial significance of the artifact. While these ideas remain speculative, they highlight the potential for ancient societies to experiment with natural phenomena and integrate their observations into practical, symbolic, or ceremonial contexts. The battery, therefore, is emblematic of a broader theme: the capacity of ancient peoples to observe, manipulate, and apply the forces of nature in ways that blend utility, ritual, and ingenuity. Experimental replications of the Baghdad Battery have provided intriguing insights into its functionality. Modern researchers have reconstructed the jars using similar materials and liquids, confirming that they can indeed produce measurable electrical currents. While the voltage is low, the current is sufficient to support processes such as electroplating thin metal layers onto objects or generating mild chemical reactions. These experiments lend credibility to the idea that the devices could have had practical applications, challenging the assumption that electricity was entirely unknown in the ancient world. They also demonstrate that careful empirical observation and iterative refinement could yield functional technology long before the formal scientific frameworks of the Enlightenment or Industrial Revolution. The discovery of the Baghdad battery also invites reflection on the transmission and loss of knowledge. If ancient civilizations were capable of producing rudimentary electrical devices, why does this technology disappear from the historical record for over a millennium? Some theories suggest that such knowledge was highly specialized, confined to small groups of artisans, priests, or engineers, and thus vulnerable to loss when those groups disbanded or perished. Others propose that the technology was deliberately suppressed or abandoned due to social, cultural, or practical constraints. Whatever the explanation, the battery exemplifies how sophisticated empirical knowledge can exist in historical contexts yet remain invisible to subsequent generations, leaving behind artifacts that challenge our assumptions about the past. The Baghdad battery also highlights the broader theme of anomaly in the archaeological record. Alongside other enigmatic artifacts, it forces historians and scientists to reconsider linear narratives of technological progress, emphasizing that innovation can be discontinuous and fragmented. The artifact's existence raises profound questions. To what extent were ancient civilizations experimenting with natural forces, and what other technologies may have been developed, lost, or deliberately concealed? It challenges the notion that humanity's understanding of electricity is exclusively a modern achievement and invites a reassessment of what is possible in historical contexts. The battery embodies the tension between observed capability and documented knowledge, offering a glimpse of technological potential that may have been far ahead of its time. The cultural and psychological impact of the Baghdad battery is equally compelling. For modern observers, it evokes a sense of awe and wonder, a recognition that ancient peoples may have possessed capabilities that defy conventional assumptions. It also creates a sense of mystery and intrigue, raising questions about the boundaries of human ingenuity and the extent to which technological understanding has been lost over time. The artifact invites us to imagine a world in which ancient engineers explored the forces of nature experimentally, applying their observations in ways that could blend science, craft, and ritual. The jar becomes a bridge between the known and the unknown, a tangible connection to a past in which human curiosity and empirical observation may have been more advanced than previously acknowledged. In conclusion, the Baghdad battery is far more than an archaeological curiosity. It is a profound enigma that challenges our understanding of ancient technology, empirical observation, and the limits of human ingenuity. Its design, materials, and functionality suggest a sophisticated understanding of electrochemical principles, whether applied for electroplating, ritual, or therapeutic purposes. The artifact underscores the capacity of ancient civilizations to experiment with natural phenomena, producing functional technology without the benefit of formal scientific theory. It also serves as a reminder of the fragility and discontinuity of knowledge, illustrating how innovative practices can emerge, flourish briefly, and then vanish from the historical record. The Baghdad battery continues to captivate scholars, enthusiasts, and the general public, serving as a symbol of mystery, ingenuity, and the enduring challenge of understanding the technological capabilities of our ancestors. Its existence compels us to question assumptions about the limits of ancient knowledge and to remain open to the extraordinary possibilities hidden within the archaeological record, waiting to be explored and understood. The Piri Reis map, discovered in 1929 in the Topkapi Palace archives in Istanbul, Turkey, is one of the most astonishing and enigmatic cartographic documents from the early 16th century. Created by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis in 1513, the map is remarkable not only for its age but for the astonishing detail it presents, depicting parts of Europe, North Africa, and the coastlines of South America with a precision that has confounded historians, geographers, and cartographers for decades. What makes this map particularly intriguing is its inclusion of features that suggest a surprisingly accurate understanding of the geography of the Atlantic, at a time when European exploration was still in its relative infancy and accurate longitudinal measurements were nearly impossible. The Piri Reis map challenges assumptions about the limits of knowledge in the age of discovery, raising profound questions about the sources of the information it contains and the technical expertise of its creator. The map's precision and detail are striking. Coastlines are depicted with remarkable accuracy, including features that would not be officially charted for decades, such as the bulge of South America's eastern coast. The level of proportionality and alignment suggests that Pyre Reis had access to sources far older and more sophisticated than contemporary European charts, possibly including information from ancient mariners, lost civilizations, or undocumented voyages. The map itself is fragmented, with only a portion surviving, yet it is sufficient to demonstrate that its compilation relied on a careful synthesis of multiple sources. Pyre Reis himself notes in annotations on the map that he used maps drawn by the hand of Columbus and others that were centuries old, suggesting a continuity of cartographic knowledge that may have transcended what historians typically acknowledge for the period. One of the most astonishing features of the Pyre Reis map is its depiction of South America and the supposed coastline of Antarctica. The southernmost sections of the map appear to represent a landmass that resembles the Antarctic coast, ice-free and remarkably detailed, despite the fact that Antarctica would not be officially discovered until 1820. This has led to intense debate among scholars, some proposing that the map reflects ancient knowledge preserved from earlier civilizations, potentially including Phoenician or Egyptian navigators who had extensive maritime experience. The precise nature of the coastline, along with the apparent awareness of longitudinal and latitudinal relationships, suggests either access to extraordinarily accurate ancient sources or, alternatively, that some form of advanced surveying and measurement had been accomplished long before conventional history credits such achievements. The technical implications of the Pyre Reis map are equally compelling. Accurately mapping coastlines requires not only observation but also an understanding of scale, proportion, and spatial relationships, all of which are evident in the surviving sections. The map demonstrates a sophisticated grasp of geometric projection, allowing for the translation of curved coastlines onto a flat surface while maintaining relative accuracy. This level of mathematical and observational skill implies that cartographers of the period, or their sources, possessed a deep understanding of geography, astronomy, and measurement techniques. The fact that such knowledge was not widely documented or transmitted in surviving texts only deepens the mystery, suggesting that specialized knowledge may have existed within restricted circles, passed down through oral tradition, secretive guilds, or lost archives. Interpretations of the map's sources and purpose vary widely. Some scholars argue that it is a composite of contemporary and ancient knowledge, integrating both empirical observations from recent explorations and long-forgotten data preserved in earlier maps. Others propose more controversial theories, suggesting that the map reflects information gathered from contact with civilizations whose knowledge has otherwise disappeared from history, or even from travelers who reached regions thought inaccessible at the time. The combination of accurate coastlines, annotations referencing ancient sources, and the apparent inclusion of land masses not officially discovered for centuries makes the Pyre Reis map a focal point for discussions about lost knowledge, hidden voyages, and the limitations of conventional historical narratives. The psychological and cultural impact of the map is significant. For modern observers, it evokes a sense of wonder and intrigue, challenging assumptions about the linear progression of geographic knowledge and the capabilities of early explorers. It also inspires reflection on the transmission of knowledge across time, highlighting the ways in which information can survive, adapt, and resurface centuries later. The Pyre Reis map is not simply a navigational tool, it is a document that embodies the intellectual curiosity, observational skill, and interpretive ingenuity of its creators, as well as the potential for extraordinary knowledge to persist in ways that are hidden from mainstream historical accounts. Experimental studies and modern analyses have further deepened appreciation for the map's sophistication. Comparisons with satellite imagery and modern geographic surveys reveal that the coastlines depicted in the map correspond remarkably closely to actual continental outlines, including features that would have been nearly impossible to measure with the tools available in 1513. Some researchers have attempted to reconstruct the techniques that Pyre Reis might have used, demonstrating that by combining multiple sources and applying careful geometric reasoning, an experienced cartographer could achieve impressive accuracy. Yet the inclusion of certain land masses, particularly the southernmost sections, remains difficult to reconcile with known historical knowledge, fueling speculation that the map preserves fragments of a far older cartographic tradition, perhaps originating in an era when maritime exploration had reached levels of precision now lost to time. The Pyre Reis map also offers insight into the intersection of art, science, and navigation in the early modern period. Its meticulous detailing, decorative elements, and annotations indicate that maps were not merely functional tools but also expressions of intellectual and artistic endeavor. The creation of such a document required observation, calculation, and interpretation, as well as an understanding of the symbolic and practical significance of the information conveyed. The map demonstrates that the boundaries between empirical knowledge, artistic representation, and practical utility were fluid, reflecting a holistic approach to understanding the world that integrated measurement, observation, and aesthetic sensibility. In conclusion, the Piri Reis map is far more than a historical curiosity. It is a profound testament to human ingenuity, observation, and the persistence of knowledge across centuries. Its detailed depiction of continents, integration of multiple sources, and potential representation of Antarctica challenge conventional narratives about the limits of exploration and cartographic skill in the early 16th century. The map invites us to reconsider the sources of ancient and medieval knowledge, the potential for lost traditions, and the ways in which information can be preserved, transmitted, and rediscovered. As an artifact, it embodies curiosity, precision, and intellectual daring, revealing that even in an era without modern instruments, human ingenuity could produce works of astonishing accuracy and insight. The Piri Reis map continues to captivate historians, scientists, and enthusiasts alike, serving as a bridge between the known and the mysterious, and as a reminder that the history of human knowledge may be far more complex and extraordinary than conventional accounts allow. The Saqqara bird is a small, seemingly unremarkable wooden artifact unearthed in the Saqqara necropolis of Egypt in 1898, yet its implications are far more extraordinary than its size might suggest. Carved from sycamore wood and measuring just over 15 centimeters in length, this object resembles a bird in form, with a distinct body, wings, and tail. At first glance, it appears to be a simple votive or funerary object, consistent with other artifacts found within tombs of the same period, which dates back to the late 3rd dynasty, around 2000 BCE. However, closer examination reveals an uncanny aerodynamic design, with carefully tapered wings and a balanced fuselage, prompting some researchers and enthusiasts to propose that it may represent an early understanding of flight principles. While the mainstream consensus classifies the artifact as a ceremonial or symbolic object, the Saqqara bird continues to fascinate those interested in the possibility of lost or forgotten technological knowledge, particularly regarding human ingenuity in aerodynamics long before the advent of powered flight. The design of the Saqqara bird is remarkable in its precision. The body is streamlined, the wings are angled, and the tail stabilizers are proportioned in a manner that resembles modern gliders or flying models. Some experimental researchers have even tested replicas in wind tunnels, demonstrating that the artifact can indeed glide when launched, suggesting a functional understanding of aerodynamic principles. The balance, weight distribution, and symmetry indicate that the creators were not merely copying the form of a bird for symbolic purposes. They may have observed flight in nature and applied those observations to practical experimentation. While there is no evidence to suggest powered flight, the artifact hints at a level of empirical observation and mechanical reasoning that challenges traditional assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient Egyptians, who are otherwise celebrated for monumental architecture, complex engineering, and advanced artistry. The context of the Saqqara bird's discovery adds layers to the mystery. It was found in a tomb, alongside other artifacts intended to serve ceremonial or funerary purposes, which implies a symbolic dimension to its creation. In ancient Egyptian culture, birds often held spiritual significance, symbolizing the soul, freedom, or divine communication. The presence of the Saqqara bird in this context may suggest that it served a dual function, both as a symbolic representation and possibly as a tool for experimentation or demonstration. Some researchers speculate that ancient Egyptians may have explored concepts of flight in a ritualistic or experimental capacity, producing gliding models to observe principles of aerodynamics in miniature form. This intersection of practical inquiry and symbolic meaning reflects a sophisticated approach to knowledge, in which observation, experimentation, and spirituality could coexist. The technical implications of the Saqqara bird extend beyond its immediate form. Its precise balance, wing curvature, and tail alignment suggest that its creators possessed a rudimentary understanding of lift, drag, and stability, even if such concepts were not formally articulated. The artifact invites us to consider the possibility that early civilizations engaged in systematic experimentation, observing natural phenomena and translating them into practical or symbolic models. While there is no concrete evidence that ancient Egyptians used this knowledge for actual flight, the artifact nonetheless represents an early manifestation of human curiosity about aerodynamics and the principles of movement through air. It challenges the notion that the understanding of such concepts only emerged in the modern era with the Wright brothers and subsequent aviation pioneers. The experimental tests conducted with replicas of the Saqqara bird are particularly revealing. When properly weighted and launched at an appropriate angle, the miniature model can glide distances that are surprisingly significant for its size. This suggests that the proportions and design were intentional and functional, rather than purely decorative. The success of these experiments implies that the original creators may have conducted similar practical tests, learning through observation and iteration. Such empirical exploration indicates a sophisticated approach to material properties, balance, and motion, hinting at a culture that was capable of applied experimentation in addition to the monumental achievements for which ancient Egypt is widely known. The Saqqara bird also intersects with broader debates about lost knowledge and the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. While mainstream archaeology interprets it as a ceremonial object, alternative perspectives consider it evidence that the ancients explored engineering concepts in miniature form, potentially experimenting with the principles that would much later underpin modern flight. This interpretation fuels speculation that human curiosity and technological experimentation have a far longer history than conventional narratives suggest. It invites reflection on the continuity of inquiry, emphasizing that innovation can occur in unexpected forms and contexts, and that artifacts like the Saqqara bird may be remnants of a broader intellectual tradition now lost to time. The cultural and psychological impact of the Saqqara bird is significant. For modern observers, it evokes wonder at the ingenuity of ancient peoples and curiosity about what other forms of technological experimentation might have existed but have left little trace. It challenges assumptions about the linear development of science and technology, demonstrating that empirical observation, experimentation, and problem-solving were integral to ancient societies, even in domains we typically associate with modern innovation. The artifact also illustrates the interplay between symbolic meaning and practical inquiry, reflecting a worldview in which experimentation, observation, and spirituality could coexist and inform one another. In this sense, the Saqqara bird is more than an artifact, it is a testament to human imagination, curiosity, and the capacity to explore natural phenomena in sophisticated ways long before formalized scientific study. The Saqqara bird also encourages a re-evaluation of ancient Egyptian capabilities beyond architecture, medicine, and astronomy. It provides a glimpse into a culture that may have experimented with physical principles in ways that were not strictly necessary for survival but reflected intellectual curiosity and practical problem-solving. This artifact suggests that human beings, even thousands of years ago, sought to understand and manipulate the world around them, creating models and conducting tests to observe outcomes and refine knowledge. The very fact that such experimentation could exist in a symbolic or ritual context further underscores the creativity and sophistication of ancient thought, blurring the lines between science, art, and spirituality. In conclusion, the Saqqara bird is far more than a small wooden figurine, it is a window into the intellectual curiosity and experimental spirit of ancient Egypt. Its aerodynamic design, precise balance, and functional glide potential suggest a sophisticated understanding of motion and airflow, achieved through empirical observation and iteration. Whether intended as a ceremonial object, a model for experimentation, or both, it reflects a culture capable of integrating observation, experimentation, and symbolism into a unified framework of knowledge. The artifact challenges conventional assumptions about the linear progression of scientific understanding, offering a glimpse of human ingenuity in the ancient world. As a relic of curiosity and experimentation, the Saqqara bird continues to captivate scholars, enthusiasts, and the public, standing as a testament to the enduring human desire to understand, model, and manipulate the natural world long before the modern era of science and aviation. Its existence encourages us to recognize the sophistication, creativity, and technical insight of our ancestors, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge has always been an intrinsic part of the human story. The Shigar idol, unearthed in 1890 from the peat bogs of the Ural Mountains in Russia, is widely recognized as one of the oldest known wooden sculptures in the world, dating back approximately 11,600 years. Standing over 5 meters tall in its reconstructed form, this remarkable artifact is carved from larch wood and covered in enigmatic geometric patterns, human-like faces, and anthropomorphic symbols. Its discovery challenged prevailing assumptions about the cognitive and artistic capabilities of Upper Paleolithic humans, revealing a level of sophistication, symbolic thinking, and spiritual expression that is extraordinary for a culture often perceived as primarily focused on survival. The Shigar idol is not merely a static object, it is a complex visual language, a monumental testament to human creativity, ritual practice, and abstract thought at a time when the first permanent settlements were only beginning to emerge in post-glacial Europe. The design of the Shigar idol is striking in both scale and symbolism. Its surface is adorned with a series of deeply carved geometric motifs, including zigzags, chevrons, and meanders, interspersed with anthropomorphic faces and stylized representations of human or possibly supernatural figures. These carvings are believed to encode narratives, genealogies, or cosmological concepts, although their exact meaning remains elusive. Unlike small, portable Paleolithic art, the sheer size of the Shigar idol implies a communal or ceremonial purpose, designed to be seen, interpreted, and interacted with by multiple individuals. The precision of the carvings, combined with the complex layering of patterns, indicates a deliberate and sustained effort over considerable time, suggesting that the creators possessed not only technical skill with tools but also a sophisticated conceptual understanding of symbolic representation. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Shigar idol is its remarkable preservation, which has allowed modern researchers to study details that would otherwise have been lost. The peat bogs in which it was submerged created an anaerobic environment, preventing decay and enabling the survival of intricate carvings for millennia. Scientific analyses have confirmed its age through dendrochronology, revealing that the larch tree used for the sculpture was felled in the late Paleolithic, shortly after the last ice age. This extraordinary longevity offers a rare glimpse into the symbolic and spiritual life of early post-glacial humans, providing evidence that even hunter-gatherer societies engaged in highly abstract, ritualized, and artistic practices. The Shigar idol is therefore not only an archaeological treasure but also a window into the cognitive and cultural development of early human communities. The purpose of the Shigar idol remains a subject of intense scholarly debate. Some researchers interpret it as a totemic object, serving as a spiritual or ritual center for a community, while others suggest that it may have functioned as a mnemonic device, encoding cultural knowledge, myths, or cosmological understanding. Its anthropomorphic features imply a connection to human or supernatural entities, suggesting that it may have been a medium through which early humans engaged with spiritual beliefs, ancestral veneration, or shamanic practices. The recurring geometric motifs could represent symbolic codes or metaphors for natural forces, social structures, or cycles of life and death. In this sense, the Shigar idol embodies a sophisticated system of abstract thought, demonstrating that symbolic cognition, narrative construction, and ritual expression were well developed in humans long before the advent of written language. The technical execution of the sculpture is equally impressive. Carving a single piece of larch wood over 5 meters long would have required not only skill but also planning, tool use, and coordination. The artisans needed to account for the grain of the wood, the strength of their tools, and the desired visual effect, implying an advanced understanding of materials and spatial design. The intricate carvings, featuring repeated patterns and symbolic motifs, demonstrate both technical precision and conceptual consistency, suggesting that the creation of the idol was guided by an overarching symbolic or cosmological framework. Such deliberate design reflects cognitive abilities comparable to much later human societies, highlighting the capacity for abstract reasoning, foresight, and complex communication through visual media. The Shigar idol also offers profound insights into the social and cultural context of Upper Paleolithic humans. Its monumental size and elaborate decoration suggest that it was a focal point for communal activity, likely associated with rituals, ceremonies, or gatherings. The creation of such an object would have required collaboration, planning, and shared cultural knowledge, indicating that these early communities possessed social structures capable of supporting complex artistic endeavors. The idol may have served as a medium through which collective identity, spiritual beliefs, or cosmological understanding were expressed and transmitted, illustrating the integration of art, ritual, and social cohesion in prehistoric societies. This insight challenges conventional perceptions of hunter-gatherer communities as primarily focused on subsistence, revealing that symbolic expression and communal engagement were central to human life even in the post-glacial period. The Shigur idol also resonates with broader questions about the origins and evolution of symbolic thought. Its carvings suggest a sophisticated visual language, one that could convey complex concepts without relying on spoken words or written scripts. The repetition of geometric patterns alongside anthropomorphic forms implies a system of symbolic coding, possibly used to communicate ideas about identity, spirituality, or cosmology. This challenges assumptions that early humans were cognitively limited or incapable of abstract thought, instead revealing a capacity for conceptual complexity, narrative construction, and symbolic reasoning far earlier than traditionally recognized. The idol serves as evidence that the human drive to create, communicate, and engage with abstract ideas has deep roots, stretching back into the earliest chapters of our post-glacial history. Experimental archaeology has provided additional insights into the possible function and significance of the Shigur idol. Replicas have demonstrated that its design allows for visual engagement from multiple perspectives, suggesting that it may have been intended for display within a communal or ceremonial space. The height and imposing presence of the sculpture would have made it a striking focal point, reinforcing its symbolic and ritual significance. Additionally, the alignment and arrangement of motifs along the length of the wood may reflect temporal, cosmological, or genealogical sequences, implying that the idol was not merely decorative but served as a complex, multi-layered record of cultural knowledge. These findings underscore the depth of planning, intention, and cognitive sophistication involved in its creation, highlighting the Shigur idol as a remarkable testament to human creativity and ingenuity. In conclusion, the Shigur idol is far more than an ancient sculpture, it is a profound manifestation of symbolic thought, social complexity, and artistic mastery in the Upper Paleolithic. Its monumental scale, intricate carvings, and enigmatic motifs reveal a society capable of abstract reasoning, communal organization, and ritual expression, challenging assumptions about the capabilities of prehistoric humans. The idol embodies a sophisticated visual language, a system of symbolic representation that likely conveyed cultural, spiritual, and cosmological knowledge. Its extraordinary preservation allows modern researchers to glimpse the depth of human creativity and cognition over 11 millennia ago, offering insight into the continuity of intellectual and artistic endeavors throughout history. The Shigur idol stands as a testament to the enduring human impulse to understand, communicate, and engage with the world symbolically, reminding us that the roots of art, ritual, and abstraction stretch far deeper into prehistory than we often imagine. Its existence continues to inspire wonder, curiosity, and reflection, serving as a bridge between the ancient and the modern, a tangible connection to the minds and spirits of our distant ancestors, and a symbol of the timeless human quest for meaning and expression. The Lycurgus cup, a Roman glass chalice dating from the 4th century CE, is one of the most extraordinary artifacts from antiquity, captivating scholars, historians, and collectors alike due to its remarkable ability to change color under different lighting conditions. Crafted from a single piece of dichroic glass, the cup appears green when viewed in normal daylight, yet when illuminated from behind or filled with a liquid, it transforms into a rich, ruby red. This remarkable effect is not the result of paint, pigment, or surface treatment but rather the inclusion of microscopic particles of gold and silver suspended within the glass matrix. The Lycurgus cup represents a level of technical sophistication in material science, optics, and craftsmanship that astonishes modern experts, demonstrating that ancient artisans possessed knowledge and skill in manipulating materials at a microscopic scale far earlier than commonly assumed. It is a testament to Roman ingenuity, combining artistry, technical expertise, and scientific insight into a single object that continues to fascinate and mystify nearly 2 millennia after its creation. The design of the Lycurgus cup is as remarkable as its optical properties. The cup depicts a detailed scene from the myth of King Lycurgus, who opposed the god Dionysus, with figures intricately molded in high relief. The artistic execution demonstrates a mastery of form, perspective, and narrative storytelling, allowing the viewer to perceive depth, emotion, and motion within the small, delicate medium of glass. The combination of intricate artistry with the extraordinary dichroic effect suggests that the creator was not only an accomplished artisan but also possessed an advanced understanding of the interplay between light and material. The ability to predict and harness the behavior of light interacting with gold and silver nanoparticles reflects a sophisticated grasp of empirical observation, experimentation, and material manipulation, an extraordinary achievement for any period, and particularly for antiquity. The optical properties of the Lycurgus cup are both mysterious and scientifically significant. The phenomenon, known as dichroism, occurs when the embedded nanoparticles selectively absorb and scatter light, causing the glass to appear green under reflected light and red under transmitted light. Modern analysis has revealed that the gold and silver particles are extremely small, with diameters on the order of tens of nanometers, and that their distribution within the glass is remarkably uniform. This suggests that Roman glassmakers had developed techniques for controlling particle size, dispersion, and concentration with a precision that would be challenging even with contemporary technology. The deliberate creation of such a material implies extensive experimentation, careful observation, and a level of technical mastery that combines artistry with proto-scientific insight, bridging the gap between craftsmanship and early material science. The cup's creation also highlights the broader technological capabilities of the Roman Empire. Glassmaking was a highly developed craft, involving sophisticated furnace technology, controlled heating, and an understanding of chemical interactions between various additives. The inclusion of nanoparticles to achieve dichroism elevates this craft to a level of scientific experimentation, revealing that Roman artisans were capable of manipulating matter in ways that approach modern nanotechnology. This challenges conventional assumptions that ancient civilizations were limited to rudimentary materials or empirical methods, instead illustrating a culture in which observation, experimentation, and technical skill converged to produce works of both beauty and scientific significance. The Lycurgus cup stands as evidence that artistic creativity and scientific exploration were not separate endeavors but were often intertwined in the ancient world. The purpose of the Lycurgus cup likely extended beyond its function as a vessel. Its extraordinary visual properties would have made it a marvel at any gathering, serving as a symbol of wealth, status, and intellectual sophistication. The interplay of light and color could have been intended to inspire awe, reinforce social hierarchy, or even convey mystical or symbolic meanings. In Roman culture, objects that manipulated perception were often associated with divine or supernatural power, and the cup's ability to transform under light may have been interpreted as magical or otherworldly. This dual function, as both a practical object and a symbol of technological and aesthetic mastery, demonstrates the Romans' capacity to integrate artistry, science, and social significance into a single artifact, reflecting a holistic approach to material culture. Experimental studies of the Lycurgus cup using modern analytical techniques, including electron microscopy and spectroscopy, have revealed the remarkable precision with which the nanoparticles were incorporated into the glass. These studies confirm that the dichroic effect is not accidental but the result of deliberate and controlled production methods. The artisans would have needed to observe the behavior of metals in molten glass, refine their techniques over repeated trials, and achieve a consistency that allows the effect to manifest reliably. This implies a tradition of experimental practice and empirical refinement, revealing that Roman glassmakers engaged in systematic problem-solving and applied observational knowledge in sophisticated ways. The artifact is therefore a testament not only to skill and creativity but also to a proto-scientific approach to material manipulation that predates modern understanding by over a millennium. The cultural and psychological impact of the Lycurgus cup is equally profound. For contemporary audiences, it evokes wonder and curiosity, challenging assumptions about the technological and artistic capabilities of the ancient world. The cup invites reflection on the intersection of art and science, demonstrating that technological insight and aesthetic expression were often inseparable in antiquity. Its enduring fascination stems from the way it manipulates perception, blurring the line between natural observation and artistic intention, science and wonder. It encourages us to reconsider the sophistication of ancient artisans, acknowledging that their achievements in material science, optics, and design rival or even surpass expectations for their time. The Lycurgus cup also raises intriguing questions about the transmission and loss of knowledge. Dichroic glass was apparently not widely produced, and techniques to create it appear to have been lost or forgotten for centuries, only to be rediscovered in the modern era. This underscores the fragility of technological knowledge and the ways in which empirical insights can vanish from collective memory, leaving behind objects that inspire fascination and speculation. The cup stands as both a symbol of human ingenuity and a reminder that much of the technological and scientific understanding of past civilizations may remain hidden, waiting to be rediscovered or interpreted anew. It embodies the duality of ancient artifacts, tangible evidence of achievement, yet enigmatic in its origins, methods, and full implications. In conclusion, the Lycurgus cup is a masterpiece of Roman artistry and scientific ingenuity, combining sophisticated glassmaking, intricate relief work, and an extraordinary dichroic effect that continues to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike. Its creation required meticulous observation, experimentation, and a mastery of materials that borders on modern nanotechnology, revealing a civilization capable of integrating artistic vision with scientific understanding. The cup challenges conventional assumptions about technological progress, demonstrating that ancient artisans were capable of manipulating matter and light with precision and creativity. It stands as a testament to human ingenuity, bridging art, science, and perception in a single, enduring artifact. The Lycurgus cup continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and reflection, serving as a vivid reminder that the pursuit of knowledge, beauty, and technical mastery is a timeless human endeavor that transcends the boundaries of history and continues to resonate across the centuries. The Nebra sky disk, discovered in 1999 near Nebra, Germany, is widely regarded as one of the most extraordinary astronomical artifacts from the Bronze Age, shedding light on the early understanding of the cosmos and the sophistication of prehistoric European societies. Dating to around 1600 BCE, the disk is a bronze plate approximately 32 centimeters in diameter, inlaid with gold symbols that depict celestial phenomena, including the sun, moon, and a cluster of stars interpreted as the Pleiades. What makes the Nebra sky disk particularly remarkable is not only its depiction of the night sky but its apparent function as a tool for astronomical observation, calendar calculation, and ritual significance. This artifact challenges long-held assumptions about the capabilities of Bronze Age Europeans, revealing a society that combined empirical observation, technical skill, and symbolic meaning in ways that are strikingly sophisticated for the period. The craftsmanship of the Nebra sky disk is exceptional. The bronze base is carefully shaped and smoothed, and the gold inlays are precisely positioned to represent specific celestial bodies and phenomena. The alignment of the symbols is deliberate, suggesting an understanding of solar and lunar cycles, as well as the positions of stars relative to the horizon. Some researchers have proposed that the disk functioned as a form of ancient astronomical calculator, enabling its users to determine the timing of solstices, eclipses, or the agricultural calendar. The ability to translate complex celestial relationships into a durable and portable medium reflects a level of observational precision, technical skill, and abstract reasoning that challenges conventional narratives of Bronze Age Europe as technologically primitive. The disk's depiction of the Pleiades star cluster is particularly significant. This group of stars has been recognized by multiple ancient cultures for its regular appearance and usefulness in marking seasonal changes. The presence of the Pleiades on the Nebra sky disk suggests that its creators observed the night sky systematically and incorporated these observations into a broader understanding of timekeeping and cosmology. By linking celestial patterns with the rhythms of agricultural and ritual life, the artifact demonstrates that prehistoric Europeans were capable of sophisticated empirical observation, pattern recognition, and practical application of astronomical knowledge. This integration of science and daily life illustrates a culture in which technical understanding, ritual practice, and social organization were deeply interconnected. The function of the Nebra sky disk likely extended beyond its practical applications, encompassing symbolic and ritual dimensions. The disk was found in a burial context alongside bronze swords, axes, and other ritual items, indicating that it held significant cultural and spiritual value. Its depiction of the cosmos may have served as a representation of divine order, a tool for communicating with celestial powers, or a symbol of elite status and knowledge within the community. The dual nature of the artifact, as both a functional astronomical instrument and a symbolic or ceremonial object, highlights the complexity of Bronze Age thought, in which practical knowledge and spiritual belief were often inseparable. It also suggests that the creation, use, and interpretation of such objects were restricted to specialized individuals or groups, such as priests, astronomers, or tribal leaders, reflecting a structured social hierarchy with knowledge as a source of authority. Modern scientific analyses of the Nebra sky disk have revealed additional layers of sophistication. Studies using metallurgical analysis, 3D imaging, and astronomical modeling confirm that the placement of the gold inlays corresponds with real celestial positions, including the 19-year metonic cycle of the Moon and the orientation of the horizon at solstices. These findings demonstrate that its creators possessed not only observational skills but also an understanding of cyclical celestial patterns, enabling predictive applications that would have been critical for agricultural planning and ritual timing. The precision with which these relationships are encoded in the disk suggests that Bronze Age Europeans were capable of abstract reasoning and the translation of observational data into symbolic and functional forms, a combination of empirical knowledge and intellectual creativity that is often underappreciated in discussions of prehistoric Europe. The Nebra sky disk also provides important insights into the technological capabilities of its creators. Producing a disk of this nature required advanced metallurgical skills, including the extraction, alloying, and working of bronze, as well as the application of gold inlays with exceptional precision. The integration of symbolic, functional, and aesthetic elements into a single artifact reflects a holistic approach to craftsmanship, combining technical skill, artistic sensibility, and scientific observation. It demonstrates that Bronze Age artisans were not merely skilled in manual techniques but were also capable of complex planning, abstract representation, and the creation of objects that communicated knowledge across multiple dimensions: practical, symbolic, and ritualistic. This multidimensional understanding underscores the sophistication of prehistoric societies and their capacity for integrated thinking. The social and cultural implications of the Nebra sky disk are profound. Its discovery suggests that knowledge of astronomy and celestial cycles was not confined to isolated individuals but was embedded within broader social structures, likely serving communal, ritual, or administrative functions. The disk's portability implies that it could have been used in different contexts, perhaps during ceremonies, seasonal festivals, or as a teaching tool to convey complex cosmological concepts. Its combination of technical precision, symbolic meaning, and social utility demonstrates that Bronze Age Europeans engaged in coordinated observation, planning, and communication, reflecting a culture capable of integrating scientific understanding with social cohesion and spiritual practice. The Nebra sky disk also resonates with broader questions about the history of human knowledge. Its sophistication challenges assumptions that accurate astronomical observation and predictive capability emerged only in later civilizations, such as the Babylonians, Greeks, or Egyptians. Instead, it reveals that prehistoric societies were capable of systematic observation, abstract reasoning, and technological innovation long before the advent of writing, sophisticated mathematics, or formal scientific systems. The artifact illustrates that knowledge is cumulative, empirical, and socially embedded, and that even in pre-literate societies, humans sought to understand, model, and interact with natural phenomena in sophisticated and meaningful ways. Experimental archaeology has further illuminated the potential use of the Nebra sky disk. By modeling its celestial alignments, researchers have demonstrated that the disk could have functioned as a portable horizon instrument, allowing its users to track the movement of the sun and moon and predict important seasonal events. Such functionality would have been invaluable for planning agricultural activities, religious ceremonies, and communal gatherings, reflecting a society in which empirical knowledge of the cosmos was integrated into daily life. The combination of portable technology, predictive capability, and symbolic significance underscores the multifaceted intelligence of Bronze Age Europeans and their capacity to combine observation, abstraction, and practical application in a single artifact. In conclusion, the Nebra sky disk is far more than an ancient bronze plate. It is a monumental testament to the intellectual, technological, and cultural sophistication of Bronze Age Europe. Its detailed depiction of celestial bodies, precise astronomical alignments, and integration of symbolic and functional elements reveal a society capable of systematic observation, abstract reasoning, and practical application of knowledge in both ritual and everyday contexts. The disc challenges conventional narratives about prehistoric Europe, demonstrating that complex cosmological understanding, technical skill, and social organization were deeply intertwined. It continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and scholarly inquiry, serving as a tangible connection to a time when humans first sought to map, predict, and understand the cosmos. The Nebra sky disk embodies the enduring human drive to explore, observe, and comprehend the universe, bridging the gap between the distant past and our continuing quest to unravel the mysteries of the heavens. The Dorchester pot, discovered in the late 19th century during construction work in Dorchester, Massachusetts, is one of the most perplexing and enigmatic artifacts ever found in North America, challenging conventional timelines of human history on the continent. Buried within a layer of ancient blue clay some 50 feet beneath the surface, the pot appeared to be a simple, iron vessel, yet its context suggested a far older origin than typical historical or archaeological records would allow. Carbon dating of surrounding material indicated an age of hundreds of thousands of years, a period long before modern humans are thought to have inhabited North America. This anomaly has fueled intense debate, with some researchers proposing that the artifact represents evidence of an advanced, forgotten civilization, or even points toward the existence of human or proto-human activity far earlier than established history permits. The Dorchester pot thus stands at the intersection of archaeology, anomaly, and controversy, embodying the mystery that drives inquiry into hidden or forbidden history. The physical characteristics of the Dorchester pot are intriguing in their simplicity yet highly suggestive in terms of potential function. The pot is constructed from iron, a material requiring smelting, shaping, and knowledge of metallurgy. For such an artifact to be buried deep within ancient clay strata raises profound questions about how it arrived there, the technological capabilities of its creators, and the cultural context in which it was produced. Some researchers have argued that the artifact could not have been produced by the indigenous cultures traditionally recognized in North American prehistory, given the sophistication implied by the metallurgy and the anomalous depth at which it was found. This raises the possibility that it belonged to a lost civilization with knowledge of ironworking far earlier than previously acknowledged, or that it may be an out-of-place artifact, OOP art, challenging the linear narrative of technological development in human history. The context of the Dorchester pot's discovery adds layers of complexity to its interpretation. Construction workers uncovered the artifact while digging through a deep clay deposit, a stratum generally believed to have formed during the Ice Age. Such geological positioning implies that the pot predates conventional human settlement in the region by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. The apparent contradiction between the artifact's age and the established timeline of human colonization in North America has led to considerable skepticism from mainstream archaeologists, who often argue for contamination, misidentification, or errors in stratigraphic interpretation. Yet proponents of its authenticity maintain that the Dorchester pot is genuine evidence of advanced human or pre-human activity in a time period previously considered inhospitable to complex metallurgy or civilization. The technological implications of the Dorchester pot are profound. Iron smelting is a process that requires controlled heating, precise understanding of materials, and sophisticated craftsmanship. If the artifact is authentic and truly dates from the strata in which it was found, it implies that early humans or hominins in North America had access to advanced metallurgical techniques far earlier than previously documented. This would necessitate a radical revision of our understanding of technological development, human migration, and cultural complexity in the ancient world. The artifact challenges the assumption that metallurgy and metal tool production arose only in the Old World and spread gradually, suggesting instead the possibility of parallel or lost technological traditions. The Dorchester pot also raises questions about the preservation and survival of knowledge. Even if a culture capable of producing such an artifact existed, the lack of additional evidence points to the fragility of technological traditions over time. Environmental changes, natural disasters, or social upheaval could have led to the disappearance of entire civilizations and their material culture, leaving only isolated, anomalous artifacts behind. The pot thus exemplifies a broader phenomenon in archaeology, where the surviving record may dramatically underrepresent the complexity and ingenuity of past human or pre-human activity. Its existence forces us to consider the possibility that ancient technological knowledge could emerge, flourish, and vanish without leaving a continuous, easily traceable record. Controversy surrounding the Dorchester pot is intensified by its status as an out-of-place artifact. Critics often cite the improbability of advanced ironworking at such an early date, suggesting alternative explanations such as intrusion from later periods, hoaxes, or misinterpretation of stratigraphic layers. Supporters argue that dismissing the artifact solely because it contradicts established timelines reflects a bias toward conventional narratives, rather than a rigorous assessment of the evidence itself. The debate highlights the tension between orthodox archaeology, which emphasizes gradual, well-documented technological development, and the study of anomalous artifacts, which opens the door to reconsidering the boundaries of human history and the potential for lost or forgotten civilizations. Experimental replication and metallurgical analysis of similar iron artifacts provide some insight into the potential techniques required to produce the Dorchester pot. Creating an iron vessel requires smelting or to extract metallic iron, heating it to malleable temperatures, shaping it without modern tools, and cooling it in a controlled manner. Each step demands empirical knowledge, observation, and skill, processes that are assumed to have been unavailable to humans in North America during the time period suggested by the surrounding strata. If the pot is authentic, it forces the conclusion that early humans or hominins in the region had unexpectedly advanced technological capabilities, prompting reconsideration of the origins, spread, and disappearance of metallurgical knowledge in prehistory. The Dorchester pot also holds profound implications for our understanding of human migration and cultural diffusion. Conventional archaeology maintains that humans arrived in the Americas via the Bering Land Bridge around 15,000 years ago. If the pot genuinely dates back far earlier, it implies that either humans or a technologically capable hominin species reached North America tens or hundreds of thousands of years before currently accepted dates. Such a scenario would necessitate a re-evaluation of migration patterns, environmental adaptation, and the development of early societies in regions previously considered uninhabitable or technologically primitive. The artifact becomes a touchstone for rethinking the broader story of human prehistory, highlighting the potential for lost civilizations and forgotten technologies. The psychological and cultural impact of the Dorchester pot cannot be understated. For modern observers, it evokes curiosity, awe, and a sense of dislocation in our understanding of human history. Its existence challenges assumptions about progress, innovation, and the temporal boundaries of technological capability, suggesting that ancient humans, or their predecessors, may have experimented, innovated, and created complex artifacts long before we expected. The pot also embodies the allure of the unknown, providing a tangible connection to a past that remains partially obscured by time, and reminding us that the human story may be far more intricate, discontinuous, and mysterious than conventional narratives allow. In conclusion, the Dorchester pot is far more than an anomalous artifact. It is a symbol of the enduring mysteries embedded within the archaeological record, challenging assumptions about technology, chronology, and human capability. Its context, construction, and possible antiquity suggest a level of sophistication in metallurgy and cultural practice that defies conventional timelines, implying either the existence of lost civilizations, undocumented technological traditions, or a reconsideration of human and pre-human activity in North America. Whether it represents a true out-of-place artifact or a misunderstood anomaly, the Dorchester pot compels us to confront the limits of historical knowledge, reconsider accepted narratives, and remain open to extraordinary possibilities in the study of human prehistory. It is a tangible reminder that the past is far more complex and enigmatic than the neat timelines often presented in textbooks, and that every anomalous artifact is an invitation to question, explore, and expand our understanding of the human journey. The Fuente Magna bowl, discovered near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, is one of the most controversial and enigmatic artifacts in the study of pre-Columbian civilizations. Unearthed in the late 1950s by local laborers, this large stone bowl immediately captured the attention of scholars due to the intricate inscriptions etched along its interior and exterior surfaces. What makes the Fuente Magna bowl particularly fascinating is that the script carved into the stone appears to bear striking similarities to Sumerian cuneiform as well as Proto-Sumerian pictographs, a linguistic phenomenon that challenges conventional understanding of cultural and chronological boundaries. This discovery has ignited intense debate over whether the bowl represents evidence of transoceanic contact between ancient Mesopotamian civilizations and South American cultures, or if it reflects a completely independent and unknown system of writing that coincidentally resembles Old World scripts. Either way, the bowl's existence raises profound questions about the extent of pre-Columbian knowledge, trade, and cultural exchange. The craftsmanship of the Fuente Magna bowl is exceptional and immediately suggests a sophisticated understanding of materials and artistry. Carved from a dense and durable stone, the bowl is large enough to have been functional for communal or ritual use, yet its design exhibits precision and symmetry that hint at ceremonial significance. The carvings are meticulously etched, with patterns and inscriptions aligned with a deliberate logic, suggesting an intentional encoding of information rather than mere decoration. The stone's hardness would have required advanced tools and techniques to shape and inscribe, indicating that the artisans possessed not only aesthetic sensibilities but also technological proficiency in working with difficult materials. The combination of technical skill and symbolic complexity positions the Fuente Magna bowl as an artifact that transcends mere utility, hinting at a culture deeply engaged with literacy, ritual, and communication. The inscriptions themselves are the most perplexing aspect of the artifact. Scholars who have examined the bowl note that the characters share remarkable similarities with Sumerian cuneiform, one of the earliest known writing systems in human history. This resemblance is not superficial. The shapes, arrangements, and sequences of symbols suggest a deliberate system of representation that conveys semantic meaning. If the inscriptions are indeed related to Sumerian writing, it would imply a degree of cultural transmission between Mesopotamia and the Andean region thousands of miles apart, a connection that conventional historical models struggle to account for. Some researchers propose that this contact could have occurred via ancient maritime travel, long-distance trade networks, or even lost migratory routes, while others suggest that the similarity may be a remarkable coincidence, reflecting universal principles in the development of written language. Linguistic analysis of the Fuente Magna bowl raises further intriguing possibilities. Cuneiform was a highly specialized system used for administrative, religious, and literary purposes in ancient Mesopotamia, and its presence in South America would suggest not just superficial contact but the transmission of complex knowledge. If the inscriptions are indeed readable in Proto-Sumerian, they could provide insight into rituals, beliefs, or practical knowledge that crossed continents, preserved in stone for thousands of years. Even the possibility that an unknown but sophisticated writing system existed in the Andes challenges assumptions about the origins of literacy, suggesting that pre-Columbian civilizations may have developed forms of written communication independent of Old World influences. The bowl, therefore, represents a tantalizing intersection of archaeology, linguistics, and cultural mystery. The potential function of the Fuente Magna bowl adds another layer of fascination. Its size and form suggest practical applications, perhaps in ritual offerings, communal feasts, or sacred ceremonies. The inscriptions themselves may have served as instructions, invocations, or symbolic markers, imbuing the object with spiritual or ceremonial power. In many ancient cultures, vessels like this served as conduits between the physical and spiritual realms, linking human activity with cosmic or divine forces. The integration of a functional vessel with encoded language elevates the bowl from a mere utilitarian object to a sophisticated artifact that embodies the intellectual, spiritual, and artistic achievements of its creators. The implications of the Fuente Magna bowl extend beyond its physical characteristics and inscriptions. Its discovery challenges the conventional narrative that pre-Columbian civilizations in South America were isolated from Old World cultures. If the inscriptions are truly related to Sumerian writing, it would necessitate a re-evaluation of the history of human migration, maritime exploration, and cross-cultural exchange. The bowl could represent evidence that advanced knowledge and symbolic systems were transmitted across vast distances long before the established era of transoceanic contact, opening the possibility that ancient civilizations engaged in complex networks of exchange that modern archaeology has yet to fully recognize. Even if the resemblance to cuneiform is coincidental, the artifact demonstrates that sophisticated symbolic communication existed in the Andes, highlighting the intellectual capabilities of pre-Columbian peoples. Scientific analyses of the bowl, including studies of the stone composition, carving techniques, and inscription patterns, provide additional insight into its origins. The hardness and density of the stone indicate that advanced tools were necessary to shape and inscribe it, while the precision of the carving suggests a level of planning and skill consistent with highly organized societies. The integration of written symbols into a functional object demonstrates that literacy, symbolism, and technology were not separate domains but interwoven elements of cultural expression. This holistic approach to artifact creation challenges simplistic models of prehistoric development, revealing a society capable of integrating art, technology, and symbolic thought in ways that resonate with modern concepts of interdisciplinary knowledge. The cultural and psychological significance of the Fuente Magna bowl is equally profound. For contemporary observers, it evokes wonder, curiosity, and a sense of mystery about the capabilities and connections of ancient civilizations. The artifact embodies the possibility that human ingenuity, literacy, and symbolic expression were more widespread and sophisticated in prehistory than conventional narratives allow. It prompts reflection on the potential for lost or unrecognized civilizations, the fragility of knowledge transmission, and the ways in which human cultures have historically interacted, communicated, and inspired one another across vast distances. The bowl stands as a tangible reminder that history may contain hidden connections, extraordinary achievements, and unexplored mysteries that challenge our assumptions about human development. Experimental replication and study of similar artifacts suggest that creating the Fuente Magna bowl would have required not only technical skill but also conceptual understanding of proportion, symmetry, and symbolic logic. The artisans needed to plan the placement of inscriptions carefully, shape the vessel to precise dimensions, and execute detailed carvings that integrated function with meaning. Such a process reflects cognitive sophistication, systematic experimentation, and cultural intentionality, suggesting that the creators were capable of abstract thought, symbolic reasoning, and deliberate communication. These qualities align the bowl with other enigmatic artifacts that hint at advanced knowledge, lost civilizations, or unexplained connections in ancient history, further fueling interest and debate among scholars and enthusiasts alike. In conclusion, the Fuente Magna bowl is far more than an unusual pre-Columbian artifact. It is a profound testament to human ingenuity, symbolic thought, and the potential for lost or hidden connections between ancient civilizations. Its intricate inscriptions, exceptional craftsmanship, and possible links to Sumerian writing challenge conventional understandings of chronology, literacy, and cultural exchange. Whether it represents evidence of transoceanic contact, an independent system of writing, or a combination of influences, the bowl underscores the sophistication of pre-Columbian societies and the enduring mystery of human innovation. The Fuente Magna bowl continues to captivate researchers, historians, and the public, serving as a tangible link to a distant past in which knowledge, artistry, and curiosity converged in ways that continue to intrigue, inspire, and challenge our understanding of human history. Its existence compels us to remain open to extraordinary possibilities and to recognize that the human story is far richer, more complex, and more mysterious than conventional narratives often suggest. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, is often hailed as the world's first known analog computer and remains one of the most extraordinary and perplexing artifacts from antiquity. Dating to around 100 BCE, this complex assembly of bronze gears, wheels, and dials astonishes scholars because it exhibits a level of technological sophistication that would not be thought possible until more than a millennium later. Initially, it was thought to be a curiosity or even a forgery, but subsequent studies using modern imaging technologies, including X-ray tomography, revealed its intricate inner workings and confirmed its authenticity. The device was designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses with remarkable accuracy, functioning as both a calendar and a mechanical model of the cosmos. Its existence challenges assumptions about the capabilities of ancient Greek engineers, the transmission of knowledge, and the technological achievements of civilizations long before the modern scientific era. The mechanical complexity of the Antikythera mechanism is truly extraordinary. The artifact contains at least 30 interlocking gears, each carefully crafted and precisely arranged to transmit motion through the system. These gears enabled the device to calculate the movements of the Sun, Moon, and possibly the known planets, tracking their positions across the zodiac and predicting eclipses with remarkable accuracy. The synchronization of lunar and solar cycles, the incorporation of leap months, and the ability to model complex astronomical phenomena demonstrate a level of engineering, mathematics, and observational astronomy that is astonishing for the period. The precision of the gear teeth, the exact ratios, and the careful calibration suggest that its creators had an advanced understanding of both mechanics and celestial motion, combining theoretical knowledge with practical craftsmanship to produce a working scientific instrument. The function of the Antikythera mechanism extends beyond mere calculation, it was a tool for understanding the cosmos. The device embodies the Greek pursuit of rationality and order, providing a physical representation of celestial cycles that were otherwise abstract or difficult to conceptualize. By modeling the predictable movements of celestial bodies, it allowed users to anticipate astronomical events such as solstices, equinoxes, and eclipses, which had practical applications for agriculture, navigation, and religious observances. This practical utility underscores the integration of science, technology, and daily life in ancient Greek society, reflecting a culture in which empirical observation and theoretical knowledge were applied in sophisticated, tangible ways. The Antikythera mechanism thus represents a fusion of intellectual inquiry, technical skill, and practical necessity, revealing a civilization capable of creating tools that anticipate the functions of modern analog computers. The historical and cultural implications of the Antikythera mechanism are profound. Its existence indicates that Hellenistic Greek society possessed technological capabilities far beyond what was previously imagined. The sophistication of the device suggests that it was not an isolated achievement but rather the product of a broader tradition of mechanical knowledge and scientific inquiry. References in ancient texts to devices called planetaria, or spherica, hint at the intellectual context from which the mechanism emerged, suggesting that engineers and astronomers of the time were experimenting with ways to physically model the universe. The Antikythera mechanism serves as tangible evidence of this intellectual tradition, bridging the gap between abstract astronomical theory and practical, hands-on engineering. The discovery of the mechanism also raises questions about the transmission and loss of knowledge. After the fall of the Hellenistic world and the subsequent rise of the Roman Empire, much technological expertise appears to have been lost or forgotten, with no surviving documentation of comparable devices until the development of complex clockwork mechanisms in the 14th century CE. The Antikythera mechanism, therefore, exemplifies the fragility of technological knowledge, demonstrating that even highly advanced innovations can vanish from collective memory, leaving only tantalizing traces for modern researchers to uncover. Its rediscovery challenges assumptions about linear progress in technology and highlights the importance of preserving, interpreting, and reassessing the remnants of past ingenuity. Modern analyses using cutting-edge imaging technologies have revealed further intricacies within the Antikythera mechanism. X-ray computed tomography and 3D modeling have uncovered inscriptions that describe the function of the gears and dials, providing insight into how the device was intended to be used. These inscriptions reference the Metonic cycle, a 19-year period that reconciles solar and lunar calendars, as well as the Saros cycle, which governs the recurrence of eclipses. Such sophisticated astronomical knowledge, encoded into a mechanical framework, demonstrates that the creators of the mechanism were capable of translating abstract scientific concepts into precise, functional engineering solutions. This interplay between theoretical astronomy and mechanical design exemplifies the advanced cognitive and technical capabilities of ancient Greek engineers. The implications of the Antikythera mechanism extend into broader discussions of human ingenuity, innovation, and the evolution of technology. The device suggests that ancient societies were capable of conceptualizing, designing, and constructing complex systems far earlier than previously believed, combining empirical observation, mathematical modeling, and precision engineering into functional artifacts. It also challenges the notion that technological advancement is strictly cumulative, revealing that knowledge can be lost, rediscovered, or reinvented over centuries. The mechanism stands as a testament to human curiosity, problem-solving, and the desire to understand natural phenomena through practical application, a drive that has persisted across civilizations and eras. The Antikythera mechanism also carries profound cultural and psychological significance. For contemporary observers, it evokes awe and a sense of wonder at the ingenuity of ancient peoples. Its complexity and precision challenge modern assumptions about the limits of human capability in antiquity, highlighting the continuity of intellectual and technical achievement across time. The mechanism encourages reflection on the interconnectedness of science, technology, and culture, illustrating how human societies have long sought to model, predict, and comprehend the natural world. It serves as a tangible link to the intellectual curiosity and mechanical skill of the past, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge has always been a defining characteristic of humanity. Experimental reconstructions of the Antikythera mechanism have provided further insight into its functionality and the engineering sophistication of its creators. Replicas demonstrate how the precise ratios of the gears allow for accurate modeling of celestial cycles, confirming that the device was both scientifically valid and mechanically feasible. The success of these reconstructions underscores the deliberate and empirical knowledge that must have guided its original design, revealing an advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and mechanics. The Antikythera mechanism thus exemplifies a level of interdisciplinary intelligence, integrating observation, calculation, and craftsmanship into a single artifact of extraordinary complexity. In conclusion, the Antikythera mechanism is far more than an ancient curiosity, it is a profound testament to human ingenuity, scientific understanding, and mechanical sophistication in the Hellenistic world. Its intricate gears, precise astronomical calculations, and carefully inscribed instructions reveal a civilization capable of combining empirical observation, theoretical knowledge, and practical engineering in ways that would not be replicated for over 1,000 years. The mechanism challenges conventional narratives of technological development, demonstrating that advanced scientific and mechanical understanding existed long before the modern era. As a tangible embodiment of human curiosity, innovation, and the desire to comprehend the cosmos, the Antikythera mechanism continues to inspire awe, fascination, and scholarly inquiry, bridging the gap between antiquity and the present, and reminding us of the remarkable capabilities of our ancestors in unraveling the mysteries of the universe. The Baghdad Battery, first unearthed in the 1930s near the Iraqi capital, is an artifact that has captivated researchers and enthusiasts alike due to its potential implications for the understanding of ancient technology. Dating to the Parthian or Sasanian periods, roughly between 250 BCE and 250 CE, the discovery consists of a ceramic jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod, assembled in a configuration that bears an uncanny resemblance to a galvanic cell, or battery. The artifact immediately raises the question, could ancient civilizations have possessed knowledge of electricity thousands of years before the formal discovery and understanding of this phenomenon in the 18th century? While mainstream scholarship often approaches the Baghdad Battery with caution, suggesting that its function as a source of electrical power is speculative, the artifact's design, context, and potential applications open a window into the sophistication and ingenuity of ancient technology that challenges conventional timelines. The construction of the Baghdad Battery is deceptively simple yet strikingly sophisticated. The jar, typically made of clay, serves as the container, while the copper cylinder houses the iron rod, insulated from direct contact with the metal cylinder by an asphalt or bitumen seal. When filled with an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or lemon juice, the assembly functions as a rudimentary battery, capable of generating a small electrical current. Experimental replications have demonstrated that multiple jars connected in series could produce sufficient voltage to drive simple electrochemical reactions, such as electroplating. This combination of materials and configuration suggests an empirical understanding of chemical reactions and conductive properties, even if the ancients did not conceptualize these phenomena in the same theoretical terms as modern science. The artifact represents an early form of technological experimentation, hinting at a culture that observed natural phenomena and applied them in practical or ceremonial contexts. The purpose of the Baghdad battery is a subject of enduring debate and speculation. Some researchers propose that the jars were used for electroplating, coating objects such as jewelry or religious artifacts with a thin layer of precious metal, which would have had significant aesthetic and symbolic value. Others suggest that the devices could have been employed for medicinal purposes, perhaps to treat ailments through electrical stimulation, or even for ritualistic purposes, where the mysterious effects of generated electricity could enhance the perceived power of ceremonial objects. The fact that these potential applications align with practical, artistic, and spiritual needs of the society reflects a holistic approach to technology, in which observation, experimentation, and cultural utility converge. Even if the exact use of the jars remains uncertain, their existence demonstrates that ancient engineers and artisans were experimenting with materials and their properties in ways that are strikingly advanced. The historical context of the Baghdad battery adds further layers to its intrigue. The artifacts were found in a region that served as a nexus of trade, culture, and technological exchange, linking Mesopotamia with Persia, India, and the Mediterranean world. This raises the possibility that knowledge of galvanic principles, or at least the practical effects of electrochemical reactions, could have been shared, adapted, or independently discovered by multiple cultures. It also suggests that ancient artisans were not merely following inherited techniques but engaging in systematic experimentation to explore the properties of materials and their interactions. The jars exemplify the empirical approach to technology that is often overlooked in historical narratives, highlighting the ways in which observation, iteration, and practical testing formed the basis of innovation long before formalized scientific frameworks emerged. Experimental archaeology has shed light on the potential capabilities of the Baghdad battery. When replicated with modern materials, the jars produce measurable voltage and current sufficient for small-scale electrochemical processes. Such experiments confirm that the design is functionally feasible and that ancient artisans could have deliberately exploited these principles. The precision required to construct the jars, including the fitting of the copper cylinder, the insulation of the iron rod, and the careful selection of the electrolyte, reflects a sophisticated understanding of cause and effect, as well as practical engineering skills. This experimental evidence lends credence to the notion that ancient civilizations may have possessed a form of applied scientific knowledge, even if theoretical comprehension of electricity as we understand it today was absent. The Baghdad battery also challenges traditional assumptions about the timeline of technological development. Electricity is often considered a product of modern science, emerging in the 18th and 19th centuries with the work of pioneers such as Benjamin Franklin, Alessandro Volta, and Michael Faraday. The existence of a functional analog in antiquity raises questions about whether similar knowledge could have been known, lost, and rediscovered multiple times throughout history. It underscores the idea that human ingenuity is not linear but can emerge in surprising contexts, often independently, in response to observation, experimentation, and practical necessity. The jars highlight the potential for forgotten or overlooked technologies in the ancient world, inviting us to reconsider assumptions about the capabilities of past civilizations. The cultural implications of the Baghdad battery are also profound. If these artifacts were indeed used for electroplating, medicinal purposes, or ritualistic applications, they illustrate a society that was highly attuned to the effects of natural phenomena and capable of harnessing them for practical, aesthetic, and spiritual purposes. The jars exemplify a worldview in which the manipulation of materials, observation of reactions, and exploration of cause and effect were integral to both daily life and ceremonial practice. This integration of empirical observation with cultural utility reflects a sophisticated approach to technology, where functionality and symbolism coexist, enhancing the artifact's value in multiple dimensions. The jars are thus not merely tools, they are evidence of a culture that recognized and explored the potential of natural forces in ways that continue to challenge modern understanding. Skepticism surrounding the Baghdad battery arises primarily because direct evidence of electrical applications is lacking, and alternative explanations suggest that the jars may have served as storage vessels, scroll holders, or containers for sacred substances. However, the deliberate arrangement of materials, copper, iron, and insulating bitumen, along with their compatibility with electrochemical reactions, makes the purely functional storage hypothesis less compelling. Even if the jars were not primarily intended as batteries, their configuration indicates that ancient artisans were experimenting with materials in ways that resemble scientific inquiry, exploring possibilities that may not have been fully understood but were empirically effective. This opens the door to viewing the jars not merely as tools but as experimental artifacts, reflecting a culture capable of systematic exploration and innovation. The Baghdad battery also resonates with broader themes in the study of forbidden archaeology and anomalous artifacts. It exemplifies the tension between established historical narratives, which often dismiss evidence that contradicts conventional timelines, and the tantalizing possibility suggested by empirical anomalies. Whether the jars were used to generate electricity or not, their design, context, and feasibility challenge assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations and invite a re-evaluation of human ingenuity in antiquity. The artifact embodies the notion that technological knowledge can emerge, flourish, and be lost in ways that are not always captured in the surviving historical record, reminding us that the story of human innovation is far more complex and mysterious than conventional accounts often suggest. In conclusion, the Baghdad battery is far more than a curious artifact, it is a symbol of human ingenuity, experimentation, and the potential for lost technological knowledge in the ancient world. Its construction, context, and potential applications challenge conventional assumptions about the discovery and use of electricity, suggesting that ancient civilizations were capable of sophisticated empirical exploration and material manipulation. The artifact exemplifies the interplay of observation, experimentation, and cultural utility, reflecting a society that was both practical and inventive. Whether interpreted as an ancient electrical device, a ceremonial object, or an experimental tool, the Baghdad battery continues to inspire awe, debate, and curiosity, serving as a tangible reminder that the technological and intellectual capabilities of our ancestors may have been far greater and more enigmatic than commonly recognized. It invites us to reconsider the boundaries of human knowledge, the persistence of innovation, and the hidden mysteries that remain embedded in the archaeological record, waiting to challenge and expand our understanding of history. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, stands as one of the most enigmatic and provocative artifacts in the history of cartography, challenging conventional understandings of geographical knowledge during the early 16th century. Drawn on a fragment of gazelle skin parchment, the map astonishingly depicts parts of Europe, Africa, and the coast of South America with a level of accuracy and detail that has confounded historians, geographers, and scholars for decades. What makes the Piri Reis map especially remarkable is not simply its precise coastal outlines but the inclusion of features that suggest knowledge of the continent's southern regions, and possibly even Antarctica, long before they were officially discovered or mapped by European explorers. The map raises profound questions about the sources of geographical knowledge available to Piri Reis, the possibility of lost or ancient navigational expertise, and the transmission of advanced cartographic information across cultures and centuries. The creation of the Piri Reis map was a remarkable achievement in both artistry and technical skill. Piri Reis himself claimed that the map was compiled from a collection of over 20 older maps, including charts from Portuguese explorers and, intriguingly, maps originating from the time of Alexander the Great. The map's precision suggests that its sources contained accurate longitudinal and latitudinal data, even in an era when navigation and mapping were limited by rudimentary tools such as the astrolabe, compass, and dead reckoning. The ability to synthesize these sources into a coherent, detailed chart demonstrates not only technical skill but also a sophisticated understanding of geography, projection, and spatial relationships. The map embodies a fusion of practical navigation, scientific observation, and artistic representation, reflecting a culture that valued empirical knowledge, exploration, and the meticulous recording of discoveries. One of the most controversial aspects of the Piri-Reis map is its depiction of South America's eastern coastline and, potentially, the northern fringes of Antarctica. While critics argue that claims of Antarctic representation are speculative, the map does present coastlines with a level of accuracy that far surpasses many contemporary European maps of the era. Certain projections on the map suggest a knowledge of geography that would have required careful observation, recording, and synthesis of information from multiple sources. The inclusion of these features has led some researchers to propose that Piri-Reis may have had access to ancient maritime knowledge, possibly preserved from civilizations whose detailed geographical understanding has otherwise been lost to history. This interpretation challenges conventional timelines of exploration and suggests the possibility that advanced mapping techniques existed long before the commonly accepted age of European global navigation. The sources used by Piri-Reis, as indicated in the map's inscriptions, add to the mystery. He explicitly mentions incorporating maps from Portuguese navigators, African explorers, and even older, unspecified ancient maps. The reference to maps from the era of Alexander the Great implies the existence of a long-lived tradition of geographic knowledge, possibly transmitted through seafaring cultures over centuries. If such maps existed and were accurate, it would suggest that civilizations of the ancient world may have possessed far more advanced knowledge of global geography than previously assumed. This raises intriguing questions about the collection, preservation, and eventual loss of this knowledge, highlighting the possibility that the Piri-Reis map is a surviving fragment of a broader, now largely vanished cartographic tradition. The precision of the Piri-Reis map also underscores the sophistication of early 16th century navigation and astronomy. Creating an accurate map required not only careful observation of coastlines but also an understanding of celestial navigation to determine latitude, as well as methods to estimate longitudinal positioning. While longitude measurement was notoriously difficult before the invention of precise timekeeping, the relative accuracy of the map's depiction of distances and coastal contours suggests that Piri-Reis and his sources employed methods that were surprisingly effective. This implies a combination of empirical observation, accumulated knowledge, and practical experience at sea, reflecting a culture of skilled navigation and cartography that could produce maps of extraordinary utility and insight. The potential implications of the Piri-Reis map extend beyond cartography into broader historical and archaeological questions. If the map indeed reflects knowledge of regions that were not officially discovered at the time, it may point to lost voyages, undocumented explorations, or even contact between civilizations separated by vast distances. Some theorists have suggested that the map preserves remnants of ancient maritime knowledge from civilizations such as Phoenicians, Egyptians, or even older unknown cultures, which were then transmitted through successive generations of explorers. While such claims remain speculative, the mere possibility challenges conventional historical narratives and invites us to consider the complexities of human exploration, cultural transmission, and the accumulation of knowledge across millennia. The Piri-Reis map also demonstrates the interplay between practical navigation and symbolic or political purpose. Maps in the early 16th century were not merely tools for orientation but also instruments of power, trade, and diplomacy. A detailed and accurate chart of the known world allowed empires to plan voyages, assert territorial claims, and navigate economic networks. The care with which Piri-Reis compiled, annotated, and executed the map suggests that it was intended for serious use, possibly in the context of Ottoman naval planning, exploration, or administration. Its survival, fragmentary though it may be, offers a rare glimpse into the intellectual, technological, and political environment of an empire at the crossroads of commerce, exploration, and scientific observation. The map's enduring mystery has inspired a wide range of scholarly and speculative interpretations. Some researchers focus on the historical and technical aspects, analyzing the sources, projections, and navigational accuracy. Others explore more controversial ideas, including the possibility that the map reflects knowledge passed down from lost or advanced civilizations, or even pre-modern global exploration that contradicts traditional narratives. Regardless of interpretation, the Piri-Reis map continues to challenge assumptions about the limits of human knowledge, the transmission of information across cultures, and the potential for discoveries that have been lost to history. It exemplifies how a single artifact can provoke inquiry, debate, and fascination, bridging the gap between historical fact and enduring mystery. Modern studies using geospatial analysis and cartographic reconstruction have further illuminated the Piri-Reis map's precision and sophistication. Researchers have demonstrated that certain portions of the map correspond remarkably well with actual coastlines, even when accounting for distortions introduced by the projection techniques of the time. This level of accuracy, combined with the map's explicit references to older sources, supports the notion that Piri-Reis was compiling a careful synthesis of accumulated knowledge rather than creating an imaginative or purely artistic representation. The result is an artifact that simultaneously reflects the state of 16th-century Ottoman navigation and hints at deeper, possibly ancient roots of geographical knowledge that remain partially obscured by history. In conclusion, the Piri-Reis map is far more than an early 16th-century chart. It is a window into the transmission of knowledge, the sophistication of maritime navigation, and the enduring mysteries of human exploration. Its precise depiction of coastlines, inclusion of potentially uncharted regions, and references to ancient sources challenge conventional narratives about the history of cartography and exploration. The map exemplifies the fusion of empirical observation, technical skill, and intellectual curiosity that has driven human understanding of the world for millennia. It continues to provoke debate, inspire speculation, and captivate the imagination, serving as a tangible reminder that the story of human discovery is complex, multifaceted, and far richer than the simplified historical accounts often presented. The Piri-Reis map endures as a symbol of the possibilities of lost knowledge, the ingenuity of early navigators, and the enduring allure of mysteries that defy explanation across time and space. The Saqqara bird, an enigmatic artifact discovered in 1898 in the Saqqara necropolis of Egypt, continues to puzzle archaeologists, historians, and aviation enthusiasts alike due to its unusual form and the potential implications it holds for our understanding of ancient Egyptian technology. Carved from sycamore wood and measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length, the artifact resembles a modern glider or model airplane, complete with a fuselage, tail, and wings. Although it was found in a tomb dating to around 200 BCE during the late Ptolemaic period, the artifact does not seem to have any practical function related to burial rites or ceremonial purposes traditionally associated with Egyptian tomb objects. Instead, its aerodynamic shape and balanced design have led some researchers to speculate that the Saqqara bird may represent an early understanding of principles of flight, making it one of the most controversial and intriguing artifacts in the study of ancient technology and forbidden archaeology. The craftsmanship of the Saqqara bird is deceptively simple yet astonishingly precise. Despite being carved from a single piece of wood, the wings, tail, and body are carefully proportioned, and the center of gravity appears to be balanced in a manner that would theoretically allow the object to glide if thrown. This level of understanding suggests that the creator possessed not only an artistic sensibility but also an empirical awareness of the dynamics of air and motion. While no evidence exists that ancient Egyptians built functional flying machines, the artifact raises the tantalizing possibility that they may have engaged in experimental modeling or theoretical exploration of flight principles. Its existence challenges assumptions about the limits of ancient technological experimentation and demonstrates a culture capable of creative inquiry that extended beyond immediate utilitarian concerns. The Saqqara bird's form and design have prompted extensive analysis from multiple perspectives, including archaeology, aerodynamics, and comparative technology. Some scholars suggest that it may have functioned as a ceremonial toy or symbolic object, perhaps representing the Ba, or soul, in Egyptian belief, which is often depicted as a bird capable of flight. However, the precise shaping of the wings, the aerodynamic contouring of the fuselage, and the apparent attention to balance suggest that the artifact may have been modeled with an understanding of how objects interact with air currents. Experimental attempts to fly replicas of the Saqqara bird have demonstrated that, when thrown correctly, it can glide short distances, lending credibility to the hypothesis that it was at least inspired by an understanding of aerodynamic principles. This duality, between symbolic meaning and practical experimentation, reflects a culture that merged observation, artistic expression, and conceptual exploration. The discovery of the Saqqara bird within a tomb context adds to its mystery. Typically, objects placed in Egyptian tombs served clear ritual, funerary, or symbolic purposes, intended to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The placement of an aerodynamic object within such a context raises questions about whether it had a purely symbolic role, perhaps as a metaphor for the soul's journey, or if it represented a deeper understanding of natural principles that the ancient Egyptians sought to explore and encode. Some researchers suggest that the artifact may have been a model or prototype used in experimental contexts, reflecting the Egyptians' capacity for empirical observation and practical problem-solving. If so, it could indicate that ancient Egyptians were experimenting with the principles of flight long before the advent of modern aeronautics, challenging conventional narratives about the linear development of technological knowledge. From an engineering perspective, the Saqqara bird is remarkable for its attention to balance, wing shape, and tail configuration. The wings taper slightly, and the tail is angled in a manner that would produce stability during flight, while the fuselage's center of mass is positioned to facilitate gliding. This design demonstrates an intuitive grasp of concepts such as lift, drag, and stability, even if the creators did not have a formal understanding of aerodynamics as defined in modern physics. The artifact exemplifies how empirical observation, trial-and-error experimentation, and careful crafting could yield functional models long before theoretical frameworks were developed. It also highlights the potential for ancient artisans to engage in technological experimentation that combined practical skill, creativity, and scientific curiosity in ways that continue to astonish modern observers. The Saqqara bird also intersects with broader discussions of forbidden archaeology and out-of-place artifacts. Some theorists argue that the artifact could represent evidence that ancient Egyptians had knowledge of flight technology far earlier than previously acknowledged, potentially influencing or inspiring future technological developments. While mainstream archaeology remains cautious, emphasizing symbolic or ceremonial explanations, the aerodynamic properties of the artifact are difficult to dismiss entirely. The Saqqara bird embodies the tension between conventional historical interpretation, which often underestimates the ingenuity of ancient civilizations, and the tantalizing possibility that lost or undocumented technological experimentation may have occurred. Its existence encourages a re-evaluation of the intellectual and practical capabilities of ancient Egypt, highlighting a culture capable of exploring natural principles in both symbolic and empirical ways. Experimental archaeology has provided additional insights into the potential functionality of the Saqqara bird. Replicas, constructed with the same proportions and materials, have been tested in controlled conditions, demonstrating that the artifact can glide when thrown correctly, sometimes achieving distances of several meters. These experiments support the hypothesis that the artifact's design was not arbitrary but informed by careful observation and understanding of weight distribution, balance, and airflow. While the object cannot be considered a fully functional aircraft, it exemplifies proto-aeronautical experimentation and the application of practical problem-solving techniques, revealing a level of ingenuity that challenges assumptions about ancient technology. The artifact thus serves as a bridge between symbolic representation, experimental exploration, and the human drive to understand and manipulate the natural world. The Saqqara bird also invites reflection on the psychological and cultural dimensions of ancient Egyptian creativity. It suggests a culture capable of abstract thinking, curiosity-driven experimentation, and playful exploration of natural principles. The blending of symbolic and practical elements within a single artifact demonstrates an integrated worldview in which art, science, and spirituality were not separate domains but interconnected aspects of human understanding. This holistic approach reflects a sophisticated cultural mindset, in which observation, experimentation, and symbolic meaning coexisted harmoniously, allowing for innovations that may have been lost, misunderstood, or unrecorded in the historical record. The broader implications of the Saqqara bird extend into the study of technological history and human ingenuity. The artifact challenges linear narratives that depict technological progress as strictly sequential, suggesting instead that experimentation, conceptual exploration, and applied observation have long been integral to human innovation. It reminds us that the intellectual and creative capacities of ancient civilizations may have been far greater than commonly acknowledged, and that artifacts like the Saqqara bird provide tangible evidence of this ingenuity. By examining such objects with an open yet critical perspective, researchers can gain insight into the ways humans have historically explored natural phenomena, experimented with practical solutions, and integrated observation into both symbolic and functional creations. In conclusion, the Saqqara bird is far more than a simple wooden figurine. It is a remarkable testament to the curiosity, ingenuity, and experimental spirit of ancient Egyptian civilization. Its aerodynamic form, balanced design, and potential for gliding demonstrate an intuitive understanding of principles that would not be formally recognized for millennia, while its placement in a tomb reflects the integration of symbolic and practical concerns. The artifact challenges conventional assumptions about the limits of ancient technological experimentation, suggesting that early civilizations engaged in empirical inquiry, creative modeling, and conceptual exploration in ways that continue to inspire and puzzle modern researchers. Whether interpreted as a symbolic representation of the soul, a ceremonial object, or a proto-aeronautical model, the Saqqara bird embodies the intersection of art, science, and human curiosity. Its enduring mystery encourages us to reconsider the scope of ancient knowledge, the creative capacities of past societies, and the many ways in which humanity has long sought to understand, manipulate, and interpret the natural world. The Dropa stones, an enigmatic set of circular discs discovered in 1938 in the remote Bayan Har Mountains on the border of China and Tibet, have long been a source of fascination and controversy among researchers, historians, and enthusiasts of forbidden archaeology. These stone discs, each approximately a foot in diameter and inscribed with tiny grooves forming spiral patterns, are purported to contain evidence of an advanced, possibly extraterrestrial, civilization that visited or inhabited the region thousands of years ago. According to accounts, the grooves on the stones correspond to a form of pictographic writing, unlike any known human script, leading some researchers to suggest that the Dropa stones may represent a record of an alien visitation or a lost culture whose history was systematically erased or forgotten. While mainstream archaeology largely dismisses these claims as folklore or misinterpretation, the artifacts themselves, coupled with the mysterious legends surrounding them, challenge conventional understanding of ancient human history and the limits of technological and cultural development. The discovery of the Dropa stones is as mysterious as the artifacts themselves. According to reports, a Chinese archaeological team led by Chi Pu Ti excavated a series of graves high in the Bayan Har Mountains, where they found skeletal remains of diminutive humanoid figures, often described as less than 4 feet tall, interred alongside the stone discs. The graves were carefully constructed, suggesting a deliberate burial ritual, and the discs were reportedly positioned in a way that indicated significant cultural or symbolic importance. Each stone contained grooves, forming spiral lines that circled from the center to the edge, and magnification revealed that the grooves were not random scratches but intentional inscriptions, possibly encoding information. The careful arrangement of the discs and the unique characteristics of the skeletal remains suggest the presence of a sophisticated culture, raising questions about its origin, practices, and interactions with other ancient civilizations. The inscriptions on the Dropa stones have been the subject of much speculation. Researchers who have attempted to decipher the grooves claim that they may represent a language or a form of symbolic communication, potentially recording the history, beliefs, or experiences of the culture that created them. Some interpretations suggest that the inscriptions tell the story of beings who came from the skies in spacecraft, crash-landed in the mountains, and eventually died or integrated with the local population. While these interpretations are controversial and remain unverified, they highlight the possibility that the stones were intended as a record of extraordinary events, suggesting a culture capable of abstract thought, symbolic representation, and historical documentation. The very existence of such a sophisticated system of inscription in a remote mountainous region raises profound questions about the scope of human, or non-human, knowledge and technological capability in prehistory. The Dropa stones also pose intriguing questions about material technology and craftsmanship. Each disc is made from a dense stone, carefully shaped into a flat, circular form, with the spiral grooves etched with remarkable precision. The level of workmanship implies not only skilled artisanship but also a deliberate and sustained effort to communicate information over a long period. Unlike simple decorative carvings or ritual markings, the grooves suggest a functional or informational purpose, possibly serving as a medium for transmitting knowledge across generations. This implies that the culture responsible for the stones possessed not only technical skill but also an intellectual framework capable of abstract thought, systematic recording, and preservation of complex information. The context in which the Dropa stones were found adds layers of intrigue. The alleged burial site contains skeletal remains that differ significantly from contemporary human populations, with some reports describing elongated skulls, small stature, and unusual cranial features. These descriptions have fueled theories that the beings associated with the stones may have been extraterrestrial, a distinct hominin species, or a lost branch of humanity with unique evolutionary traits. While skepticism is warranted, particularly given the lack of widely verified documentation, the consistent details in multiple accounts suggest that the finds, whether fully accurate or partially mythologized, inspired questions about the diversity and history of intelligent beings on Earth. The Dropa stones, in this context, become more than simple artifacts. They are keys to reconsidering the boundaries of human knowledge, evolution, and the possible interactions between different civilizations or species in prehistory. Experimental and comparative analyses of the stones further complicate the narrative. Attempts to replicate the spiral inscriptions using ancient tools demonstrate that while the grooves could be produced with effort, the precision and uniformity suggest careful technique, patience, and possibly specialized instruments. Some proponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis argue that the precision reflects knowledge or technology beyond what would have been expected from a pre-industrial culture. Whether one interprets these findings as evidence of advanced human ingenuity, lost civilizations, or extraterrestrial influence, the Dropa stones challenge assumptions about the capabilities of ancient societies, particularly those in remote or harsh environments that have traditionally been considered marginal in terms of technological development. The potential implications of the Dropa stones extend into broader considerations of forbidden archaeology, historical continuity, and the survival of ancient knowledge. If the discs indeed contain records of advanced civilizations or extraterrestrial visitation, they suggest that human history may be far more complex and layered than mainstream accounts acknowledge. They provoke questions about why such knowledge may have been suppressed, forgotten, or misinterpreted, highlighting the gaps and biases inherent in historical reconstruction. The stones exemplify the tension between conventional archaeological frameworks, which prioritize documented evidence and methodological rigor, and anomalous artifacts that resist easy classification but provoke curiosity and speculation. They remind us that the archaeological record is incomplete and that extraordinary discoveries can challenge established narratives in ways that are both unsettling and illuminating. The Dropa stones also serve as a lens through which to examine human psychology, myth-making, and the desire to connect tangible artifacts with extraordinary narratives. Stories of alien visitors, advanced ancient civilizations, and lost knowledge capture the imagination precisely because they bridge the gap between the familiar and the unknown, blending empirical curiosity with speculative interpretation. The stones, whether fully authentic, partially mythologized, or misinterpreted, stimulate exploration, debate, and research, illustrating the human drive to seek patterns, explanations, and connections that transcend conventional understanding. They exemplify how artifacts can become focal points for larger questions about the origins, potential, and destiny of intelligent life on Earth. Skepticism surrounding the Dropa stones arises from several factors, including limited documentation, inconsistent reporting, and the extraordinary nature of the claims associated with them. Mainstream archaeologists often caution that the evidence does not meet rigorous standards of verification, and that elements of the story, such as extraterrestrial narratives, may have been added over time, blending fact and legend. Nevertheless, even when approached critically, the stones highlight real questions about craftsmanship, symbolic communication, and cultural complexity in regions of the world that are not typically central to discussions of ancient innovation. The artifacts invite careful study and open-minded inquiry, illustrating that mystery, curiosity, and the desire to understand can coexist with scientific rigor. In conclusion, the Dropa stones are far more than enigmatic rock discs. They are a window into the possibilities of ancient knowledge, lost civilizations, and the limits of human, or perhaps non-human, history. Their intricate spiral inscriptions, unusual discovery context, and associated skeletal remains challenge conventional understandings of prehistoric cultures, technological capability, and historical continuity. Whether interpreted as evidence of a forgotten civilization, symbolic ritual objects, or even records of extraterrestrial contact, the Dropa stones embody the enduring allure of forbidden archaeology and the human fascination with the unknown. They serve as a reminder that the past may contain hidden layers of complexity, ingenuity, and mystery that continue to elude complete understanding, inviting us to question, explore, and expand the boundaries of what we believe we know about the history of life, intelligence, and innovation on our planet. The Voynich manuscript, often described as the world's most mysterious book, has baffled scholars, cryptographers, linguists, and historians for over a century. Discovered in 1912 by antique book dealer Wilfrid Voynich in a Jesuit library in Italy, the manuscript is written in an unknown script that has defied all attempts at decipherment, accompanied by intricate illustrations of plants, astronomical charts, and strange human figures engaged in inexplicable activities. Carbon dating places the manuscript's creation in the early 15th century, between 1404 and 1438, situating it firmly in the late medieval period, yet the knowledge, imagery, and writing system contained within seem unlike anything else from that era. The Voynich manuscript is not merely a curiosity, it is a tantalizing artifact that challenges our understanding of linguistics, knowledge transmission, and the limits of human invention, raising the possibility that it represents a lost language, a complex cipher, or even a deliberately constructed work designed to confound future generations. The manuscript's physical composition is as remarkable as its contents. Comprising over 240 vellum pages, the book is divided into sections that appear to focus on botanical, astronomical, biological, cosmological, and pharmaceutical themes, though the lack of readable text makes interpretation uncertain. Each page is densely packed with detailed drawings, from bizarre plant species that cannot be identified with known flora to cosmological diagrams that blend circular charts, stars, and celestial symbols in a manner reminiscent of medieval astrology yet diverging from conventional practice. These illustrations suggest a systematic attempt to categorize, document, or convey knowledge, hinting at a sophisticated intellectual framework that remains opaque due to the undeciphered script. The care and precision with which the manuscript was produced indicate that it was created with deliberate intent, implying a culture, or at least an individual, with considerable artistic skill, patience, and conceptual ambition. The script itself is the most confounding element of the Voynich manuscript. Composed of unique characters that do not correspond to any known alphabet, syllabary, or symbolic system, the text exhibits a statistical structure similar to natural languages, including recurring patterns, word-like groupings, and apparent syntax. Cryptographers and linguists have attempted to decode the text using techniques ranging from frequency analysis to modern computational algorithms, yet no definitive translation has emerged. This has led to a range of hypotheses. Some suggest it is a sophisticated cipher, possibly for secrecy or ritualistic purposes. Others propose that it represents a constructed language or a hoax designed to imitate a natural script convincingly. Regardless of its true nature, the manuscript demonstrates an extraordinary level of conceptual thinking, suggesting that the creator possessed not only technical skill but also a profound understanding of symbolic communication and information encoding. The botanical illustrations in the Voynich manuscript are particularly intriguing, featuring hundreds of plants, many of which do not correspond to any known species. Some appear to be hybrid creations, combining features from multiple plants, while others are entirely fantastical. This raises questions about the purpose of the illustrations. Were they intended to convey medicinal knowledge, represent symbolic or spiritual concepts, or document a lost botanical tradition? The level of detail suggests careful observation and a systematic approach, even if the plants themselves are not identifiable. Whether the images reflect real-world knowledge, imaginative speculation, or a blend of both, they indicate a deliberate attempt to record and organize information in a manner that could be transmitted and interpreted, albeit in a code or symbolic system that remains elusive. The astronomical and cosmological sections of the manuscript are equally enigmatic. Circular diagrams, stars, and celestial motifs suggest an interest in the cycles of the heavens, possibly for calendrical, astrological, or ritualistic purposes. Some researchers have speculated that these diagrams correspond to lunar, solar, or planetary cycles, though no consensus has been reached. The presence of naked human figures interacting with pools, tubes, or other structures adds a further layer of complexity, suggesting symbolic, alchemical, or esoteric interpretations that are difficult to reconcile with conventional medieval knowledge. These sections highlight the manuscript's potential as a compendium of interrelated knowledge, combining observations of nature, cosmology, and possibly medicine or spiritual practice into a single, coherent but indecipherable work. The pharmaceutical section of the Voynich manuscript includes illustrations of jars, roots, and other substances, suggesting practical applications for the knowledge contained within. Some researchers have proposed that the manuscript functioned as a guide to herbal medicine or alchemical preparation, though without the ability to read the text, such claims remain speculative. The detailed depiction of containers, processing methods, and plant parts indicates an empirical understanding of natural substances and their manipulation, highlighting the manuscript's potential role as a manual of applied knowledge. This integration of visual documentation with written instruction, even if cryptic, reflects a sophisticated approach to organizing and transmitting complex information, emphasizing the interplay between observation, experimentation, and communication. Theories regarding the origin and purpose of the Voynich manuscript are diverse and often controversial. Some scholars argue that it was created in a European context, possibly in Italy or Central Europe, as a medical or herbal compendium for an elite audience. Others suggest more exotic origins, including possible connections to lost civilizations, secret knowledge societies, or even extraterrestrial influence, due to the manuscript's inexplicable content and structure. While mainstream consensus leans toward a human creation within a medieval context, the manuscript's enduring mystery and the absence of comparable texts or languages continue to fuel speculation and investigation. Its enigmatic nature challenges conventional frameworks for understanding knowledge transmission, literacy, and intellectual history. The psychological and cultural impact of the Voynich manuscript is profound. It embodies the allure of unsolved mysteries and the limits of human understanding, provoking fascination, frustration, and intellectual curiosity across generations. The manuscript functions as a symbol of the unknown, a tangible reminder that human knowledge is incomplete, and that extraordinary ideas, skills, and conceptual frameworks can be created and then lost to history. Its undeciphered text invites speculation about the intentions, capabilities, and worldview of its creator, encouraging reflection on the boundaries of human ingenuity, the potential for lost languages or coding systems, and the resilience of mystery in shaping cultural imagination. Modern computational and cryptographic techniques have brought renewed attention to the Voynich manuscript. Researchers have applied statistical analysis, pattern recognition, and machine learning to the text, attempting to discern linguistic structure, encode-decode patterns, or reveal hidden meaning. While some progress has been made in identifying repeating structures, phonetic patterns, and stylistic consistencies, no definitive translation has emerged, preserving the manuscript's aura of mystery. These analyses highlight the manuscript's sophistication, suggesting that it was created with deliberate design and complex thought, rather than random or meaningless scribbles. The continued inability to fully decipher it underscores the limits of human understanding and the manuscript's unique place at the intersection of art, science, and cryptography. In conclusion, the Voynich manuscript is far more than a historical curiosity, it is a profound testament to human creativity, intellectual ambition, and the enduring mysteries of knowledge transmission. Its unique script, intricate illustrations, and enigmatic content challenge assumptions about medieval literacy, scientific understanding, and the ability to encode complex information. Whether it represents a lost language, a sophisticated cipher, a compendium of medical or botanical knowledge, or an elaborate intellectual exercise, the manuscript continues to captivate, frustrate, and inspire inquiry. It embodies the intersection of mystery, artistry, and science, reminding us that human history contains layers of knowledge, creativity, and intellectual daring that continue to elude complete comprehension. The Voynich manuscript endures as a symbol of the unknown, a challenge to scholars, and a testament to the boundless curiosity and ingenuity of the human mind. The crystal skulls are among the most mystifying and debated artifacts in the study of ancient civilizations, forbidden archaeology, and unexplained history. These carved skulls, crafted from clear or milky quartz, have been attributed to Mesoamerican cultures such as the Aztec or Maya, though their precise origins remain shrouded in uncertainty. Dozens of these skulls have surfaced in museums and private collections over the past century, each varying in size, craftsmanship, and detail. What sets them apart is not just their lifelike appearance and astonishingly precise carving but also the legends, myths, and theories surrounding their purpose and capabilities. Some scholars and enthusiasts claim that the skulls possess mystical properties, serving as repositories of knowledge, tools for healing, or even conduits of spiritual energy, while others approach them from a more skeptical, scientific perspective, analyzing their creation, dating, and authenticity. Regardless of one's stance, the crystal skulls continue to captivate the imagination, representing a tantalizing intersection of art, mystery, and the unknown. The craftsmanship of the crystal skulls is extraordinary, particularly given the supposed technological limitations of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures. The skulls exhibit remarkable anatomical precision, from the curvature of the eye sockets to the alignment of the teeth, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of human anatomy. Carving hard quartz with such detail, without the aid of modern rotary tools, would have required immense skill, patience, and knowledge of abrasive techniques, possibly employing sand, string, and other rudimentary methods over many years. This level of craftsmanship has led some researchers to speculate that the skulls may have been produced using methods now lost to history, while others even posit the use of advanced technologies or knowledge from an unknown source, potentially lending credence to more speculative theories involving extraterrestrial influence or lost civilizations. Whether through human ingenuity or mysterious intervention, the precision of the crystal skulls is undeniably extraordinary. The legends and lore surrounding the crystal skulls add another layer to their enigmatic status. Many accounts suggest that the skulls were used in sacred rituals, serving as objects of veneration or tools for spiritual connection. Some indigenous narratives describe the skulls as conduits for ancestral knowledge or cosmic wisdom, capable of guiding shamans and spiritual leaders in their work. In the 20th century, the skulls became the focus of popular fascination when claims arose that they could emit energy, record information, or even produce psychic effects. While scientific validation of such claims remains lacking, the persistent belief in the skull's extraordinary properties reflects a human tendency to attribute metaphysical significance to artifacts of unknown origin and exceptional craftsmanship. These stories underscore the cultural and psychological dimensions of the skulls, revealing how artifacts can transcend their material form to become symbols of power, mystery, and human curiosity. Scientific analysis of the crystal skulls has yielded fascinating, if sometimes contradictory, findings. Early examination suggested that the skull's surfaces bore marks consistent with hand carving using primitive tools, while more recent studies have identified microscopic striations indicative of rotary cutting tools, possibly employing modern or industrial methods. This has fueled controversy regarding their authenticity, with some skulls confirmed as 19th or 20th century creations, while others remain of uncertain origin. Radiocarbon dating of associated materials, provenance research, and comparative studies of craftsmanship have provided additional context, but the enduring ambiguity contributes to the allure and mystique of these objects. Even skeptics acknowledge that the level of precision achieved in quartz carving is impressive, and some skulls may indeed have been produced centuries ago, suggesting advanced artisanal knowledge and sophisticated techniques. The cultural and historical context of the crystal skulls is equally intriguing. If they were indeed created by ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, their purpose and significance would have been deeply embedded in ritual, religion, and social hierarchy. Skulls and bones held symbolic weight in many pre-Columbian cultures, often representing mortality, the afterlife, and ancestral connection. Quartz, with its optical clarity and durability, may have been considered a material of particular spiritual or symbolic value, enhancing the skull's ceremonial importance. The combination of material, form, and craftsmanship suggests that the skulls were not mere decorative objects but intentionally created with both aesthetic and functional, or symbolic, purposes in mind. They likely played a role in shaping social, religious, and spiritual experiences, demonstrating the integration of artistry, material science, and cultural expression in ancient societies. The phenomenon of psychic or mystical claims associated with the crystal skulls has amplified their fame and mystique in modern times. Enthusiasts assert that the skulls can focus energy, aid in meditation, or store vast amounts of information, with some claiming that they resonate with human consciousness or environmental energies. While such assertions remain scientifically unverified, they illustrate the human tendency to imbue mysterious or unexplainable artifacts with meaning and purpose beyond the tangible. The allure of the skulls lies not only in their craftsmanship but also in their potential to connect us to hidden knowledge, forgotten civilizations, or the metaphysical dimensions of existence. These interpretations, whether literal or symbolic, elevate the skulls from objects of historical curiosity to catalysts for imagination, wonder, and speculative inquiry. The study of the crystal skulls also intersects with broader themes in forbidden archaeology, including questions about lost civilizations, hidden knowledge, and the potential for human cultures to develop advanced skills or understandings that were subsequently forgotten. The skulls challenge assumptions about the capabilities of ancient societies, particularly in terms of material manipulation, artistic achievement, and symbolic sophistication. They raise the possibility that knowledge may have existed that did not survive in written or widely documented form, emphasizing the gaps and silences in the historical record. Whether approached from a scientific, cultural, or speculative perspective, the skulls serve as a reminder that human history may be far richer, more complex, and more mysterious than conventional narratives suggest. Experimental replication of crystal skulls has demonstrated the immense effort and technical skill required to carve quartz with such precision. Using rudimentary tools, skilled artisans can produce basic shapes, but achieving the level of anatomical accuracy and polish seen in the most famous skulls would require extraordinary patience, planning, and iterative experimentation. These findings underscore the sophistication of the techniques potentially available to ancient or pre-modern cultures, highlighting the ingenuity and determination of the creators. They also provide a bridge between skepticism and speculation, illustrating that while the skulls are not necessarily evidence of supernatural abilities or alien technology, they are undeniably remarkable achievements of human craftsmanship. The psychological and cultural resonance of the crystal skulls extends beyond their historical and technical aspects. They captivate the imagination precisely because they straddle the boundary between the known and the unknown, blending tangible craftsmanship with legends, myths, and speculative interpretations. The skulls function as mirrors for human curiosity, reflecting our desire to understand, interpret, and connect with mysterious objects that challenge conventional understanding. They illustrate how artifacts can become focal points for cultural storytelling, blending empirical observation, historical inquiry, and imaginative speculation in ways that continue to inspire fascination across generations. In conclusion, the crystal skulls are far more than intricately carved quartz objects, they are symbols of mystery, ingenuity, and the enduring human fascination with the unknown. Their precise craftsmanship, enigmatic origins, and rich body of associated legends challenge conventional assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations, the preservation of knowledge, and the boundaries of human creativity. Whether interpreted as ceremonial objects, repositories of symbolic knowledge, or catalysts for metaphysical speculation, the skulls continue to inspire awe, debate, and research. They serve as enduring reminders that human history is full of mysteries, that technological and artistic sophistication has long existed in forms that challenge our understanding, and that the allure of the unknown continues to shape our curiosity, imagination, and exploration of the past. The crystal skulls remain a bridge between history, myth, and possibility, captivating all who encounter them with the promise of hidden knowledge, lost civilizations, and the extraordinary achievements of our ancestors. The Longyu Caves, hidden deep beneath the plains of Zhejiang province in China, represent one of the most astonishing and mysterious architectural achievements of the ancient world. Discovered by accident in 1992 by a local villager digging a fish pond, these vast subterranean caverns defy conventional understanding of ancient engineering, planning, and labor. Unlike typical caves formed naturally or the smaller, functional rock-cut tombs known from antiquity, the Long Yu caves are entirely man-made, with precise rectangular chambers, massive stone slabs, and elaborately carved walls that feature regular patterns, grooves, and channels. What makes them even more baffling is that there is no historical record, legend, or documentation of their construction, purpose, or the people who built them. The sheer scale, uniformity, and technical sophistication of these caves suggest a level of planning and execution that challenges current assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations in China or elsewhere in the world at that time. The engineering feat of the Long Yu caves is nothing short of remarkable. Estimates suggest that over 1 million cubic meters of rock were removed to create the 50-plus known caverns, with some chambers measuring over 30 meters wide and nearly 30 meters tall. The walls, ceilings, and floors are smoothed with precision, and the intricate patterns carved into the surfaces appear both decorative and functional, possibly serving structural purposes to prevent collapse or enhance acoustics. The symmetry and consistency across multiple caves indicate a standardized construction method, implying careful measurement, planning, and organization. Considering the absence of modern machinery, such work would have required immense manpower, ingenious techniques, and a deep understanding of stone properties, load-bearing principles, and long-term structural stability. The caves stand as a testament to human determination, ingenuity, and technical prowess, demonstrating that our ancestors were capable of feats that modern engineers can scarcely replicate without sophisticated equipment. The purpose of the Long Yu caves remains one of the most compelling enigmas surrounding them. Several hypotheses have been proposed, ranging from practical uses to ceremonial or symbolic functions. Some researchers suggest that the caves may have served as storage facilities, military shelters, or even underground dwellings, though the lack of evidence for habitation, artifacts, or daily use items complicates these interpretations. Others propose more esoteric purposes, including ritualistic, religious, or symbolic uses, possibly as places of meditation, worship, or spiritual retreat. The absence of any historical mention or record deepens the mystery, as such massive and labor-intensive projects would likely have left some trace in written sources if constructed within a literate society. This silence invites speculation, hinting that the caves may either predate known historical records in the region or represent the work of a lost or secretive culture whose knowledge and history were deliberately erased or forgotten. The construction techniques used in the Long Yu caves are as mysterious as their purpose. Observers note that the stone surfaces exhibit systematic chiseling patterns, parallel grooves, and meticulous smoothing, which suggest a sophisticated understanding of stone cutting and shaping. The regularity of the geometric designs implies the use of precise measurement tools, templates, or planning methods, despite the supposed technological limitations of the time. Some engineers have attempted to replicate the techniques using hand tools and rudimentary methods, only to discover the immense difficulty and labor required to achieve similar results. The caves demonstrate that ancient builders were not only capable of extraordinary physical labor but also of meticulous planning and abstract reasoning, incorporating principles of symmetry, spatial organization, and structural integrity that modern researchers continue to study and admire. The Long Yu caves also challenge conventional historical narratives regarding ancient Chinese civilization and its capabilities. The prevailing historical record indicates that large-scale subterranean construction was uncommon in China prior to the Qin dynasty, and even then, efforts such as the terracotta army were primarily above ground. The sophistication and scale of the caves suggest that either an advanced, undocumented civilization existed in the region before recorded history or that known societies possessed skills that were not recorded or preserved. This discrepancy between the archaeological evidence and the historical record has led some researchers to speculate that the caves may be remnants of a lost civilization, or perhaps a secretive group that developed advanced engineering skills long before they were formally recognized in historical chronicles. The acoustics and spatial design of the Long Yu caves add another layer of intrigue. Many chambers exhibit unique sound properties, with echoes and resonances that suggest deliberate architectural planning to enhance auditory effects. Some scholars speculate that these acoustic qualities could have played a role in rituals, ceremonies, or communal gatherings, amplifying voices, music, or chants. The combination of vast spaces, geometric precision, and acoustic design indicates a holistic approach to construction, blending engineering, aesthetics, and sensory experience. This multidimensional sophistication suggests that the creators of the Longyou caves possessed a deep understanding not only of physical structures but also of human perception and environmental manipulation, incorporating elements that go beyond mere functionality. The secrecy and preservation of the caves further deepen the mystery. Despite their massive size and the volume of rock removed, no records or accounts of their construction survive, and there are no inscriptions, carvings, or artifacts to directly date or attribute the work. The discovery of the caves in modern times was accidental, underscoring how easily even monumental constructions can remain hidden from historical awareness. This raises profound questions about the transmission of knowledge, the potential for lost civilizations, and the fragility of historical memory. The Longyou caves serve as a striking reminder that human ingenuity can exist in forms and contexts that leave few traces for future generations, challenging assumptions about the completeness of our historical understanding. The Longyou caves have inspired considerable speculation and research in the field of forbidden archaeology. Some theorists suggest that the caves may have been built by a technologically advanced civilization, either indigenous or otherwise, whose capabilities rival or exceed what was thought possible for the era. Others propose that the caves could have had a defensive or strategic function, designed to protect people, resources, or knowledge from invasion or natural disaster. While definitive answers remain elusive, the caves provide a unique opportunity to explore the boundaries of ancient engineering, labor organization, and cultural expression. They remind us that human creativity and technical skill are not confined to written records or widely studied civilizations but may flourish in isolated, forgotten, or undocumented contexts. Experimental studies of the caves' construction and maintenance further highlight their ingenuity. Scholars have analyzed the stone removal techniques, structural supports, and spatial layouts, comparing them with modern engineering standards. These studies reveal that the caves were constructed with a keen understanding of load distribution, stress management, and long-term stability. Even contemporary engineers marvel at the precision and durability of the caverns, which have withstood centuries of geological pressure, erosion, and natural forces without significant collapse. This durability underscores the advanced practical knowledge applied by the builders, reinforcing the notion that the caves were created with deliberate planning, skill, and foresight. In conclusion, the Longyou caves are far more than subterranean chambers, they are a testament to the ingenuity, skill, and mystery of human civilization. Their vast scale, precise construction, geometric sophistication, and lack of historical documentation challenge conventional assumptions about ancient engineering, labor, and cultural development. Whether they serve practical, ceremonial, or symbolic purposes, or perhaps a combination of all three, the caves reveal a level of knowledge and capability that continues to inspire awe and speculation. As we explore and study these extraordinary structures, they invite us to reconsider the limits of human achievement, the fragility of historical memory, and the possibility that lost or forgotten civilizations may have shaped the world in ways that remain hidden beneath our feet. The Longyou caves endure as an enduring enigma, bridging the known and unknown, and reminding us that history is full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered, understood, and marveled at for generations to come.